Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawk Feathers. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and anyone you may come in contact with, will learn to accept and receive the healings, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. So, with that said, it's been a few days since I've done a video, and I want to welcome you all. Thank you. Candy Apple and Ed Hagel, how are you? Blessings back to you folks. And as most of you folks know, um, I spend time going through all different sorts of channels and headlines and things like that, just trying to see what the general overall view of things um, in the universe is at the moment. And oh my goodness gracious me, it's more confusion on top of confusion, on top of more confusion, on top of some other rhetoric that leads to more confusion. And it's not just about elections or politics, or it's about every dang thing. I mean, even in the science community, well, there's these physicists that believe in this, and then there's the other guys that believe in that. And, to put a plug in for Walt Thornhill, I think his name is, for the electric universe, and all those guys, you know, they don't get enough credit. Hello, Ian, how are you? And so, but also with all of this stuff, and I'm going to speak about politics a little bit, just to give you fair warning, only in that there are a lot of quote Christian conservatives who are worried about the state of affairs in the United States. Well, but there are more than just the Christian conservatives who are worried about the current affairs in the United States. However, there are a lot of us folks, regardless of religion, because it isn't about religion here on this channel, it is all about spirituality. And if you need religion to become spiritual, then by all means. But understand that the bottom line of all spirituality is you and your connection to the universe. That's what it all boils down to. When you study all these things, it comes down to it's in each and every one of us. And sometimes the answer is so simple that it defies logic, in that we must somehow come up with a more complex explanation for this, right? So in this confusion of stuff, and in the spirit realms, I'm hearing on different channels who might let's say discuss economics more than anything else, economics and politics, gold bullion and blah blah blah, everything, right? I try to keep up to date with it. I'm not a nerd in any of this, but I like to keep abreast of where the feelers are in things. So, but with that though, there are economists. Yeah, you say that one a couple of times. There are economists who are starting to use, and they have been now. This has been a trend for the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. I've noticed. Haven't really brought it up, but it's a trend I've been kind of keeping an eye on. And there are more folks that are bringing into this, especially after the elections, that there are evil forces at work. And it's like, they didn't really ever talk about these things considering economics. You know what I mean? And so that relates to, there are people in all different types of fields of, electronics, et cetera, right? That are feeling some kind of uproar in the universe. There's something going on um, um, in the force. You know, it's like it's like we can, we can feel the Tatooine is being, infiltrated by, the Dark Lord, right, or something like that. But also, as people have become more attuned and in tune, attuned, meaning they're starting to, you know, uh, disseminate static, if you will, and they're getting a clear signal. That's what I mean by attuned. But they are also becoming more attuned to the universe in that there's other things out there that they're now picking up. It's like someone learning about radios. Okay, so when I was a kid back in the '60s, we had little crystal radios that you bought at Radio Shack and you put them together as a kit, right? They may still have them. I know there are still kits out there. And so you needed a grounding rod, which was a steel tent peg in our um, half shoulders that we stayed in as Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts and Webelos, can't forget them. But I could pick up in Tampa, I could pick up WLS in Chicago on this little plastic device and this little piece of aerial antenna and a wire that went to a metal stake in the ground. And so, with that, I've always been amazed about radio and frequencies and things. Now, here's the deal. If you can put these couple of little things together and be able to pick up AM radio frequencies, like in Tampa to WLS in Chicago, there's some mighty funky things going on with frequencies. Now, that's in the AM band. Now, the AM band needs wet, soggy ground. A lot of the AM stations around here are actually sitting really close to a pond, or it's marshy land, or it'll flood real easy. And I asked a friend of mine years ago, I said, why do they keep putting this stuff in a wetland? And he goes, because the water houses get better reception with the AM radio. It just grounds better. And because it literally uses Mother Earth and the atmosphere to bounce the signal off. That's why in the mountains an AM signal can be picked up where an FM signal can't, because it's directional. Anyway, enough about that. But with that said, though, there are all these other frequencies that are coming in from different areas, and some of them are linear in that they're coming in a straight line, and others are just like jumbled, Excuse me. For some reason, my nose has been just bugging me to death today. I was having a coughing and sneezing spell just before it came on. I've taken my antihistamine and my meds for the evening, so I should be okay in a few minutes. But anyway, blessings to you all. Hello, Mother Nature. Hey, how are you? Delaney Jones, Barry Chad, how are you? Did I miss anybody? Archons, yes, Ed. Cheers, Mother Nature. I really had a good time hanging out with you last week. I just had a good time. Thanks for having me on, Mother Nature. And I'm gonna figure out how to do this other and try to have y'all come on if you want. So anyway, but in all this chaos and all of this confusion, there are people in all different venues of, like, not just politics or whatever, but different levels of politics and on the news and things. But people have been discussing now for at least since September the evil that's going on and back and forth, and that there is this evil, this battle going on in the spiritual world. I mean, it's been really interesting to see people who have never discussed this before over the many years of my, keeping an eye on trends and so forth, that they have ever really brought up the spiritual side, and not necessarily. I think the biggest thing is that if you're a Christian versus any other religion, So, but there isn't any hard sell for Catholics or Baptist or anything. It's just Christians can feel this, stuff going on in the universe, and it's a spiritual battle. And where before they would like, okay, they'll say something, but I'm just saying here recently, observations are that lots of folks are talking about it. Now, why does that bring up? That's in part of the title of this video, the chaos in the spirit realms. If there wasn't already chaos in the spirit realms, there's a lot of it going on now. I mean, for example, there's a lady up in Canada who's from Germany, and she's talking about, she's getting videos from her friends and family from Germany about all the riots and things that are on over there, and what the police are doing, and what their government has done to Germany about the lockdowns and stuff. And the people are out on the streets, they're hitting them with water cannons. And to her point, she says it takes a lot for the German people to get out on the streets. So something must be really going on very deeply that is affecting human beings on a on an instinctual basis. We're all feeling this in our gut, in our souls, in our whatever. And so the more of us who are learning how to adjust our frequency and being more in tune with the universe, we're also picking up this collateral interference, if you will, because there's all this other extended chatter. I say chatter. It's sort of like if you've ever listened to a CB radio when there's a bunch of overlapping truckers on, Channel 19, back in the day. And I'm sure they still use CB radios, but back when I was driving a truck on Interstate 75, you were picking up guys from 10 miles behind you and 20 miles in front of you, and the conversation would bounce between different, truckers and drivers, and hey, driver, breaker, this is my handle was the Green Ghost. And anyway, it had to do with the fact that I was bringing in, green stuff to South Georgia, but, and I was a ghost because of how I traveled and what I did, and almost got caught once, but that's another story. But anyway, but in this chaos of spiritualness, there are folks that are actively working against us. I mean, we all know that. They're casting spells against, politicians. They're wishing people dead. They're wishing that anybody that voted for Trump should be, we should all be, slaughtered. Just what, I mean, come on. I might call somebody who voted for Biden a dingbat, but I don't want them slaughtered. I mean, wait a minute. There's got to be a little bit of humility in this, in that, so easy. Well, for a lot of people, 20 years ago was a long time. When you're 68, 20 years is just one of them segments of time. But I remember the dangling chads in Florida and how long the election results went on, and the recounting and the discounting and the blah, blah, blah. Oh my God. For those of us who remembered the dangling chads, okay, just look that up. It was humorous, but it was pathetic at the same time. And correspondingly, though, Florida was like their count was in, and nobody's complaining really about Florida, the Democrats are. But anyway, enough about the politics, though. But my point in what is going on, though, this is instilling chaos in the universe. And this chaos is falling over into what we would consider a spiritual realm. Now, here's the thing. In the quantum, it's the same. So all this negative chaos that's being put out there to keep everybody confused is the same place that our spiritual belongs, So we're trying to tune into these really cool stations, listen to our Akashic records, talk to who we were before, and these kinds of things. And there are subatomic bombs going off in the quantum to trying to keep everybody from being able to meditate or to pay attention or to get along or to see a better tomorrow. Because what we're facing right now is five people in the house for Thanksgiving, and everybody should wear their mask, and you got to keep social distancing. Well, what if you're the only five people in the house? And what if you live there all the time anyway? And does it mean for Thanksgiving you have to go, well, okay, everybody, it's Thanksgiving. We got to put our mask on today because that's the rule. And we all got to stay 5 feet apart, 6 feet apart, arm's length, everybody. What about the people who already live in these houses and they're just going to have dinner? And what if there's already 7 or 8 of them? I mean, this is so insane chaos, okay? But it's going into the quantum where the same place that the good energy lives, the same place where our spirituality lives. So where it should be a lot easier right now, there's these little subatomic quantum bombs going off in the universe, especially near us, to keep us all from being able to attain it, from being able to reach out there and let's discuss some things. I know here recently, it seems like where it was really easy to like drift off into the cosmos for me if I went outside and looked up at the stars. I go out. I was out. I have been out. Was outside today. Me and Duggar. He's doing all right, by the way. I got him snuggled under some covers over there. It's a little chilly in the house tonight. Blessings, everybody. Michelle, Candy, Delaney. I think I said hi. Teresa, how are you? And Ed. Yep. Okay. If I missed anybody, blessings to you. And if you're hanging out in the background, we love you. We know you don't have to jump in the chat. We love you. So, but anyway, with my discussions with my spirit guides, I'm asking the question, okay, what's really important right now? And for the last several days, about a week now, it's been this, confusion for the confused. And and I was like, I kept trying to change the title in my head for the video, right? And what it was going to be about. And they were like, no, 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 no. You can add something, but no, we want you to talk about the confusion for the confused. So for those folks who are still ruminating over various different types of studies, and I will mention this just not to put anything on anybody, just want you to know that. But, in all the channels and things that I peruse, this subject has come up recently, and I think because of Halloween, but anyway, having to do with hidden secrets, religious things and Dead Sea Scrolls and, all kinds of stuff, Sumerian tablets. Well, here's the thing. What is, to me, is very clear is that I don't think these guys really know how to read some of this stuff. I mean, I really don't. I mean, I think they got a pretty good idea, but, it was a dead language for a reason. People forgot what it meant to read it or to say it or to speak it. And well, it's close to this one, just my saying. So, in the confusion of things, you see, in the spiritual realm, so now there have been things that have been found secret. What they try to explain is their interpretation of these artifacts that they found. You have to go, okay, sounds cool to me, I guess, but we should take these things with a grain of salt because who taught them what they're reading? I'm just saying. All right. Back in the day, I had a book. This was back in the 70s, early 70s. Okay. And it was the Egyptian Book of the Dead about what they knew at that time. Big book full of colored pages and everything and showing the hieroglyphs and all. And it seems that what they knew then is not what they know now after 40 years, okay? Or 50 years, is it? But you get my point. 50 years. Holy crap. Anyway, so with that said, though, we have to, we accept some of these things that scientists tell us as absolute fact. And one of my favorites is they still refuse to discuss is that the speed of light is an average, period. It's an average. Oh, no, no, no. It's a constant. No, the hell it ain't. Dig a little deeper. Nah. They kept trying to measure it and they all kept coming up with different measurements. And that's because there is that observer factor of things, that they have found out. Why? Because they were trying to nail down the speed of light. And the best they could do was come up with an average between all the scientists who conducted the study, you see. So, it's a constant. So with all of these things, that interrupts the spirit. It's in the quantum. So there's false information they continue to feed us. My favorite is that comets are these icy balls that are melting. As many times as these comets have been through the universe, they would have fizzled out. If it was a ball of ice and stuff, that's just crap, okay? So, but they keep up with it's a ball of ice and gas, and they landed on one or something, no, it wasn't. And it was hollow and it rang like a bell and, woo, all this woo woo stuff. So we need to pay attention that these people, if they do know, they ain't telling us the truth. And why am I mentioning this? It's because it seems to have been ramped up here recently. And that, they're trying to make sure that we understand the garbage that they want us to believe when there's other science and stuff out there. And well, that's just theoretical. Yours is theoretical. Well, I know, but ours is better theoretical. Oh, bullshit. It's both theoretical. Anyway, so all of these, not necessarily negatives, but false information being projected into the universe. So we're trying to find the truth. We're trying to find the absolute truth to those basic questions that kind of that bother us. And there's all this crap out there. So you reach out to the universe to get something, and there's all this static. It's like a really bad CB connection. You're picking up all 5 or 6 different truckers at one time, and you don't know who's talking smack and who's telling you the truth. Breaker 19. There's a Smoky at mile marker. Southbound at mile marker 175. And you go, ooh, where first thing you do is look for your mile marker, right? And next thing you do is you check and see how fast you're going. And then you look in your mirrors to see if he's anywhere nearby, or hiding in the bushes. So as every trucker goes by that spot, they get on the CB and go, right, yeah, breaker, Smokey, he's still hiding behind this, Motel 6 sign on, anyway. So there's all this chatter out there. But for every Smoky, and for all the truckers and for all of the information, this is constantly going on in the chatter on the CB radio. I haven't listened to CB lately, but that's the way it used to be back in the day. It was a lot of fun. Hey, there are times when hours would go by and I'd go, man, I would be coming out of Macon and be on the Georgia line and go, the Florida line and go, wow, man, that was a quick trip. Anyway. Just because you're chatting with folks on the CB, and some of these guys, because you've met them on their handles before, and you've met some of these guys at truck stops and stuff when you were hauling, so it's a big giant family. All right, so use this idea of the truckers. So they're trying to stay connected with other truckers and with what's going on so they can get their load over the road. And if Big Al's out there, we love you, because he's a trucker. I'm a trucker. But that there's all this information and it depends on what your position is on the highway in whatever state you're in. So I'm thinking 75 because I used to travel a lot, from Atlanta down to Tampa, um, and places in between and further north as well. But um, the idea, though, that you hear certain truckers when you're down south of Macon. Then you get north of Macon, just south of, Atlanta around Jonesboro, and you got a whole different set of truckers. Why? Because well, I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be a big truck stop there. So there's a lot of chatter, right? So you get on the other side of Atlanta and heading up towards Adairsville and up in there, there's a different kind of chatter. Now it's the same channel, it's the same interstate, but it's a different location on the interstate. Okay, so each one of us is on this planet with our CB radios and our antennas listening. We got our ears on, right? So depending on where we are, there is more or less chatter. Okay, because there is a denser population, Macon, Atlanta, so there's more people that can cloud up, that has negative or chaos. Everything is in a chaotic state for a lot of people. A lot of people are literally, I heard this the other day, I think it was on Dark Journalist with Catherine Austin Fitz. She said there are reports out there that people are literally um, dying from fear, that they have become so scared. They don't go out of their apartment. They won't speak to anybody. They won't, stay away from the door, leave it out there. I'll come get it with my mask and all my stuff on. And that people have literally been dying from fear. Now, I did a video about fear, I don't know, about a few days or a week before I saw this. But I've heard it from other areas too. So it's interesting that my perception of things is kind of fitting what's really going on. So, I don't necessarily declare victory in that one, but it's going around. People literally are dying from fear. So in this chaos, there are folks dying from fear, and that energy is being projected out. So depending on where you live, it's going to be more or less. Why? Because you're closer to a denser population. Down here in South Georgia, it's relatively clear. And I was talking with some folks, and I thought, we went to the polls, and most everybody didn't have hey Al, most of us didn't have a mask on, and people were acting normal. And then I got slammed by a friend of mine up in Illinois, and he was like, "You mean nobody had mask on? Or what's wrong with you people? We had more cases here in Illinois." And I was like, "Well, how many?" Well, I don't know. There were like 20 new cases. Now there are millions of people, okay, in the Chicago area alone, not counting the state of Illinois. But they had and he was worried about 20 new cases. And I was just like, and he's a dear friend of mine from way back from the 70s, early 70s, and we've known each other for years. So, but, and we're both Libras. But the idea, though, that there's panic in his voice where I'm like, so, you know, and I was listening to The Blaze, and there's a black gentleman on there that was speaking. He goes, listen, he said, if I want to go to a football game and I want to take my chances, and if I don't want to wear a mask to go see a football game, he said, then I have made the decision that if I get sick or whatever, I've already made up my mind, you know. Now, I don't want anybody else to get sick, but the idea that somehow I've made up my mind, even if I get it, whatever it is, and die from it, I've made that decision. I want to be able to say, I want to breathe fresh air. Even if it could possibly be contaminated, I still want to be able to breathe without a mask. He said, I think that should be every person's right, not a mandate. And I agree. So there is this confusion as to what is right, and the chaos that they're providing to us so that none of us, I mean, I pretty much made up my mind, but there are a lot of other people, and I'm thinking, well, I've known these folks for a while. They're level headed. They ain't thinking like me. They're scared to death. And I'm like, but wait a minute now. Oh, well, there were 20 new cases. There are 1 million people that live down here in Southwest Georgia. We had 25 new cases out of 1 million people that live down now in all these little towns and everything, right? But there are 1 million people down here spread out over the Southwest Georgia area, relatively, and not counting about folks that come and go. But that, there were 25 new cases out of all those people. I'm thinking, not bad. How many of them died? Well, we had one die. Out of 25, you had one die. Right. So, and the other people doing okay. Had a fever, had to stay home, but everybody else is good. So 25 new cases out of 850,000 people at least that live down here in the counties, right? From Valdosta over kind of thing, from I-75 to the Alabama. But in all these communities in Albany, Georgia, and Quitman and Thomasville and Bainbridge and all these towns. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. They're playing the number game on us. You see, there's 25 new cases out of almost 1 million people. We're supposed to get our panties in a wad over that. Now, I feel like I've been picking up a cold. Now, I haven't been anywhere, haven't seen anybody in a week. But I've got some kind of nasal thing going on that's sort of burning my nostril on the inside. Although there is still some cotton spray and stuff going on down here in the South, but most of that's gone. But they have been doing a lot of farming. There's a lot of dust in the air and stuff like that, although it has settled in the evening times. But do I have COVID? Well, I had a temperature earlier today because I was outside with the dog and we were playing. So my temperature goes up. I'm getting old. I've always had a problem with temperature ever since I was a kid. When I was in the hospital with my leg, I was running like 98.5 is supposed to be normal. I would run 99.1 like regularly. They kept me in the hospital for 4 extra days because my temperature wouldn't go down to 98.5. And I looked at them and I said, and I was 15 years old. I looked at them and said, maybe that's normal for me. And they were like, well, we're going to have to keep you a couple more days. Now I had, my left knee was really messed up. And they didn't want to, the fever to, turn into infection. I mean, they were being cautious, but to the point, though, it's like I've always run hotter. In fact, summertime, like these last few years, has been killing me. I don't even have the heater on in the house, and it'll be 42 in the morning, I think, 45. And it's chilly in the house, and I got a little blankie on my legs, and I got a long sleeve shirt on and my vest, but I'm not cold. In fact, and part of me is hot, So my feet are cold, and my upper body's warm. So, oh my God, he's got COVID. He's got a temperature. Oh, bullshit. No, because I know who I am. I know I run a little warm compared to other people. For years, it's been like this. Oh, he's got COVID. All right, but here's the thing. So here's this confusion. Here is what all of these other people are manifesting. And what they're manifesting is terror and fear, confusion. Where do I turn to? Who do I listen to? Fox used to be decent and now they're bullshit and now they're coming back and now oh my God. So that's just there's all these things that are going on and everybody has their phone and everybody's got their tablet and everybody can check up on their Twitter shit and their bull malarkey and the who said what now. And so they can respond right away. And it adds more chaos to the chaos. Why? Now, I've talked about this before. For every remark, now I love you all making, having a chat in the chat room thing. But for y'all usually keep your remarks pretty, I haven't I haven't had a complaint for myself in reading what y'all wrote for a long time, you know. And even with differences of opinion, that's not my point, but y'all keep it civil. You have a discussion, you explain things. But for those radical folk who are typing stuff, I used to be one of them, and adding more chaos and their opinions to the universe is just, it's more chaos. It's more bad signals, it's more people with CB radios. One of the things that truckers got pissed off about, after Smokey and the Bandit kind of thing with Burt Reynolds and all, um, that and the Flying Nun, can't forget her. I can't think of her name now, but I always thought she was adorable. Anyway, um, the fact that it used to be only only truckers had CB radios, and then it was everybody had CB radios, and so truckers were like, breaker. Everybody wanted to do breaker 19, and truckers were going, oh God, here's some clown in a Pinto going breaker, trucker, you got your ears on, big buddy, oh my God. So think about that, because it's a really good analogy. So we're all reaching these higher frequencies. We're getting bombarded by a lot of cosmic energy. There are some folks who are believing that there are 3 waves of energy coming through right now, and that we just went over one. Now, a few days ago, maybe 5 days, we had about a 36-hour period where Mother Earth and the Schumann resonance was really humming. And so, could that have been one of those cosmic waves that we're all supposed to get and everything from the Galactic Council? I listen, and I used to like really pay attention, and now I listen because I want to see what their point of view is versus all the different sciences and all the other things that I observe, to see if these folks are even close, or if, are they feeding us galactic BS, which I've come to believe that a lot of it has been galactic BS. So, galactic BS being put out into the universe to keep those folks who are trying to believe in aliens, and the Palladians are our saviors, and these folks are the bad guys and those are the good ones. And so, even in quote the UFO kind of I'm in touch with thing, there are people with a lot of discrepancies. And my thinking is, if we're all on the same side, because the folks, when I get internal messages, I check it to external, like Simon Parks today. He was like, I always, if I get information, I always check it with 2 other sources. And so I can say, well, okay, I will trust this information. And the sources have to be from a trusted source. You know what I mean? So from that, I do I try to get 3. Sometimes it's only 2, but then later on, maybe the third one will pick up. But anyway, but the some of the things that I've been a party to in the cosmos is like, certain things going on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But here's the deal: for those folks who I really consider to be plugged in, they're all really close with their information. Where these other folks that are talking about Palladians and this and being abducted, their stories are nowhere near. And I'm not talking about the galactic guys. I'm talking about just other folk. For example, I'm trying to think of his name, Stuart Swerdlow. If you've not heard about Stuart, you should check him out. He's made a lot of predictions over the years and a lot of contacts. He was a My Labs person back in the day, anyway. But Stuart gets some information and from a lot of different areas. And one of my sources is him, in that because he's been right so many times over the years. To me, he's become a trusted source, as has Simon Parks. Um, I'm trying to think of my third one. Anyway, but to that point though, So I get my own feelings, I see my own observations, and then these folks will come up with topics that are really close to what maybe you and I have had conversations about. So, anyway, with that said, though, um, other people are starting to pick these things up. Connecting consciousness is a group of like minded beings like you and me who are getting together to be connecting consciously to affect a difference on this planet to the positive. All right. To bring higher awareness to the whole human population and to the whole planet. Right. And now I'm not bad mouthing. Okay. I have a lot of respect for David. I can't think of his name at the moment. Gaia, TB, and all that stuff. Because there's a lot of stuff that I studied about Casey. He studied a lot of stuff about Casey. He supposedly, and there are certain pictures that he does look like a young Casey and could be a reincarnation, but we'll leave it at that. Um, some of the things that he has said, over the years about things were things that I understood and had a background in, and I would go, I think Dave's right because I've seen similar things or encountered or whatever. Um, from listening to other people and my own experiences, right? So anyway, but I haven't written books. I am doing videos though. I love you all. Let's see, anybody? Oh, Project Skyfalls, and let's see. Um, let me check in with y'all. Gosh, it's been almost 45 minutes. Ian Barber, yeah, every good alien group claim they are the good ones, blah, blah, blah. Exactly. And some of these guys, um, now, some of these guys, you just have to go, well, remember the event with Cobra and all that, for those of you who might remember some of that stuff? And we're all going to ascend, we're all going to do these things, and and there's that they were high about talking about the grid around the planet and that we were the prison planet. Well, I have found other information about this grid around the planet and so forth. So, but here's the thing: with the satellites that our own human population has put up there, I won't just say our government, the government, them folk, them folk have put stuff up around our planet that if we weren't in some kind of thing, we are now. Okay. Now I sort of mentioned this earlier about what we what we type and how we respond to things. When we type them, it becomes part of the big picture. And they've got all these super duper computers. Hi, Bob. We love you. Let's have some coffee. Cheers, everybody. Ween for Thanksgiving. Um, man, I forgot. My brain went in 4 different directions. See, they don't want me to talk about this. I honestly did. I forgot. All right. It'll swing back around. What was it? Michelle. Ween, thanks. Okay, Maverick. Here's the short story about Ween. I'm for 20 odd years. I traveled around and with my band of marionette puppets. It was mostly just me, but once in a while I could coerce a friend of mine to go with me so I could do more than just 2 puppets at one time. And so during my in my collection, a couple of the puppets are called boneheads, and they're literally made out of cow bones to show how from way back that, you know, Native Americans and people were putting bones together and sticks and things together to make dolls and masks and things to tell stories. Okay. So, but the boneheads, you know, there's I'm a dense bonehead, and you're a dumb bonehead, and she's a bonehead, and sure knock bones, and just all these other characters, right? Plus other characters too. But with the boneheads, Yura, he talks sort of like this all the time. Now listen here. Now somebody told me that, you know, the October 31st is, you know, they say Halloween. Now I don't understand what Halloween is, so I guess everybody on the 31st runs around going ween. They holler ween. That's the gag. But the kids would go crazy over it. All the kids in the audience would be going, we, you know, so that's sort of an inside joke. But anyway, the super duper computer. Thank you, Michelle. You help keep my brain. Anyway, here's the deal. We're putting it in there and it becomes part of the analog. There it becomes the algorithms. It becomes part of the system. And we say, well, it doesn't really matter. Yes, it does. It really does. You put a smiling face and all these emojis, and the computer's going, oh, look at me, smiley face, smiley face. But if it's got, you know, birds and FU and all this other stuff in there, no. That's getting recorded into the base system. We want to change things, then we have to stop doing that. We have to quit giving that AI, not you, Bob, but you got a cousin out there that's, you know, kind of, you know, but he's a wayward child. He's been led in the wrong direction. But anyway, so the programmers want these algorithms to work for you, you know, and you know, I searched something 2 weeks ago, right? My computer's rebooted, shut off. It shut itself off earlier today, just quit. And Windows did a crucial update right when I was in the middle of something. Anyway, uh, so everything's being updated and all this information is being collected because it's going out there, right? But anyway, so after it rebooted and I was looking, I got to have my teeth fixed. I got some really bad mouth issues, and I've been putting it off. The kid came, my friend got sick, a bunch of craps happened, but I have to take care of this. It's beyond, right? It's way overdue. So, but honestly, if COVID hadn't come in, my teeth would have been fixed and pulled and all that kind of good stuff. Anyway, so part of my physical condition has been that I've had these upper teeth that have been swelled up, and my headaches. Anyway, and other issues are starting to show up too. So I got to get my mouth fixed. So, but with that said, and I've been having to save up money because you don't get dental plans, when you get on Medicare. You have to pay through the nose. And then when you do and find a company that will take your dental insurance, normally you can find a good dentist if you just pay cash, because they don't charge more. So in order for the insurance to work for some of these dentists, their prices are almost twice as much as some of these other dentists that don't take insurance. They're just as good. They just don't want to overcharge. And I've known some dentists in the past. Have passed away now. I would have gone to them already. But the idea, though, that so in this quantum thing that's going on, it's going into the computers, it's going into the systems, it's going into their algorithms. And the people who are deaf, dumb, and blind to this keep coming back to it. So anyway, I was typing something in and the computer remembered, something from 3 weeks ago and wanted to know if I wanted to check this site out. And I was like, wait a minute. But okay, so I was like, no, I had to type in the whole damn thing up to a point to get it so it wouldn't try to take me to where I was 3 weeks ago. Anyway, you get what I mean. So you say, well, they're not really paying attention. Oh, come on. What are they using it for? They're looking for our reactions. They're looking for a fight. They're looking for more chaos. They're looking to see if they're, y'all close your ears. They're checking to see if their motherfucking plan is working. Okay. I just had to say it that way. You know, I don't cuss that much and the F word, but they want to see if their motherfucking plan is working. And guess what? It's not working on all of us. And so they're bringing more chaos into the situation. More people are liars, more people are doing this. The state of Georgia's recounting, but they're screwing it up. There are people have already caught them doing some shady things, and I'm like, you know, come on, we know how to do this right. We really, really, really do. And the fact that they, whoever is trying to buck the system, just do it. Get a Democrat, a Republican, and I don't give a shit person to count. What did you count? I counted, this guy, this guy, this guy. What'd you count? This guy, this guy, this guy. And when I got the same thing. This is good. Next. Boom, 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 boom. Next. Now, other countries do that, but we don't. Well, because each state is different. I think if we're going to have a presidential election, we all need to do it the same frickin' way. Just saying. There should be, now I'm not much on federal rules, but if you are going to elect a president, then all the states should do it the same way. That would stop this bullshit confusion. Now, there might be exceptions like Alaska because they're just out in the boonies. But I'm sorry, we live in the digital age. We can do this. There are ways, right? But they have to come up with them better than mail-in ballots, 6 weeks before an election. That just was wrong, but that was part of their plan. So we have to understand that this agenda, and it's Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, it is part of their plan. But the more of us who are aware of it, and I was talking about this a couple of weeks ago, I said, I noticed this little granny lady, and come to think, she's my age, maybe, sitting in a modest middle class house. She was dressed like, a stay at home, I don't want to say a kept woman, but her husband had a good job and she had a dress on instead of jeans and a t-shirt. But she's sitting at the dining room table and she's talking about Agenda 21 and what this COVID is and how her neighbors are all, in fear. And I was like, so it isn't just us old crazy people that live out in the boonies. It's middle America that these folks are going, you know what? This isn't a conspiracy anymore. They told me years ago this was conspiracy and I believed them. And now I see through it and I go, well, wait a minute now. So this is there. Some folks are coming out of chaos, trying to find an honest to God truth, but there's so much spin with everything else. They're not sure of the information. You know what I mean? So, and what does this have to do with the spiritual realm? Everything. That commercial with this girl that comes in and goes, what do I hate about mopping? And she goes, everything. It's a Swiffer commercial or something. I love her facial expression and the way she does it. Anyway, but in that, what does all of this have to do? Putting negative comments in, telling people to F off and screw you. Let's kill all the Republicans. What is this? Except more chaos into the mess that's already there. So if the satellites, now here's just a hypothetical. If the satellites around the planet, which we know are in a grid because of, your GPS wouldn't frickin' work, okay? Pay attention. So in that, if you can get GPS everywhere, then why can't you get some other kind of signal? Well, I don't know. It can't exist. Why? Your phone knows where you are. Now, my computer keeps saying that I live around Warner Robins, Georgia, which is up around Macon. I don't know why this computer thinks I live there, but okay. Uh, anyway, um, but all of this is in the quantum, which is the spiritual, which is our consciousness, which is where our soul resides. We're collecting up, we're swimming in this quantum. So when people say, well, it doesn't really matter, oh, yes, hell, it does. But we need to try to be calm with some of these people who, have. There are fewer people that think I'm nuts. Some of them have died, but shame on me, but that is the truth. The fewer people think I'm crazy than before because they're starting to see the truth for themselves. So it's like before I was hollering and screaming and jumping up and down and literally saying, the sky is falling. And I realized that this ain't working. Everybody's going, he's just crazy. Well, we knew he's crazy, but no, he's gone over the edge. And so it's like, and at that time I had, but that was when I'd had that really strange prophecy dream thing with the horses and the hair and the gnashing and wailing of teeth and all that stuff. Creepy. It still bothers me. Uh, I, there was so much attached to that prophecy dream for me. Whether it is to anybody else, don't know. But the prophecy dream for me and what was coming and what I heard and what I saw was so intense. I have been in intense situations, like drowning and freezing to death, those kinds of things. And this was like all of my personal experiences put into one dream. Everything that I'd collected put into one dream, and that still wasn't enough. But anyway, but that is out there in the universe. That's in the quantum. And so there are folks who would say that, well, this politics and all this stuff, it doesn't really affect my spiritualism. Oh yeah, it does. Because there are people who are spiritual who are being affected by it. And you go, well, so what does that mean, Hawkeye? It means that if something's bothered me and have been meditating for a while and I'm trying to connect with the universe, and then all of a sudden I start getting agitated and all of my friends become agitated. We're going to project that shit into the universe. We already have. So what we really need to do is be aware of that fact. Well, it really pisses me off. 5 minutes, cut it off. But stay aware. Always be the observer. Be like Hawk. And somebody out there is like, is he going to read cards tonight? Yes, I'm going to read cards. Okay. I'm going to pick 3 cards, maybe 4. I'm going to shuffle them here in a minute. It's almost an hour I've been doing this. I'm going to light this cigarette and kind of have a little chat. David Castle, distractions getting distracting sometimes. Absolutely. And here was the thing that got me about I'm going to do this video. I was going to save it for like maybe tomorrow, but I was like, what the hell? I ain't doing nothing tonight. It's cold outside for now. Uh, you know, 45 is chilly down here in South Georgia. Now, my friend, he lives up in Illinois, and I know a lot of you folks, Mother Nature was on, and she lives up there in BC, up in that area. Anyway, or no, Oregon, sorry. And it's chilly up there. I understand. So, but it hasn't been chilly enough for me to get accustomed to it. If it stays chilly, I can run around in a short sleeve shirt and it'd be 65 degrees and I'm comfortable. So anyway, that's how hot temperatured I have become. But anyway, so in what's going on in the universe, as a shaman in training, and I've spoke about this before, we learn that everything is connected. So from a natural standpoint, we understand the trees and the water and the insect and the spiders and the birds and the flowers and the birds and the bees and a little thing called love. And when I look into your big brown eyes, it's so very plain to see. Funny, I thought the last time he mentioned the ladies coming by. If they are feeding me. Are y'all talking about me? Oh, I'm a BC boy. Oh, I didn't know that, Maverick, or maybe I forgot. 15 here now. It says 13 on mine, but you know, you're still at a t-shirt. Yeah. So anyway, cigarette, and I'm gonna pull some cards. Oh, that's what I know what I was gonna to reflect back on is that I actually saw in one of the headings or in it was discussed. I can't remember which group it was. It may have been a commentator on Blaze. I've just started watching the Blaze, and I, for whatever reason, I didn't know what it was before, and they sit down and have a nice conversation and bring up some topics, and it's like it's better than listening to some of these other yammers, right? Anyway, so I've picked them up as a channel to to see what's going on and to get that other perspective. Um, and crap, I forgot what I was gonna. Oh, and the title of this show, confusing the confused. Um, and it was like, what? And I'd already come up with this title a week ago, and I have been, cogitating on it. And they literally said it. One of the guys was like, yeah, the confused are becoming more confused, and I was like, okay, now I know I got to do a video about this. Okay. Anyway. So those are the kind of things that you have this brainstorm on Tuesday, and on Friday of the following week, you get this message that comes in that says, "Remember that thing we talked about last week? Yeah, here it is." Oh, hmm. See, so you got to keep your observation on, and as much as I don't, the other day I was just like, I don't want to turn the computer on. I don't want to look at the weather. I don't want to check my email. I don't want to look at YouTube. I don't want to look at anything. I want to go outside because it was nice. Me and the dog, we took a walk down in the woods, and I'm putting him on a leash to try to train him how to walk in the woods because he wants to run off and chase things. So I got to teach him to stay next to me, when we're woods walking, because especially if I'm hunting or I want to sneak up on something, I can't have him, he's gone in 20 seconds. He is so fast. Anyway, I love Duggar. And oh, by the way, speaking of Duggar, little short interlude here, a short, 5 minute, let's tell a story and have a cigarette, have some coffee, and then I'll shuffle the cards. Okay. So I think I told you all the story about my buddy and the dog Tramp, and that we were working in around Halloween, everybody. But see, that's just funny. Just put it into the universe because it's goofy and it's there, right? Anyway, so Tramp would come in and scratch on our leg because he wanted us to shotgun him, right? With our pipes or a joint or something, anyway, or blow at his face, right? So, and after that time, that one Halloween, so he would sit there and he would pull his paw up and he would scratch it in a particular way. It was like, it was his signature. And so, and then that time that truck driver come up and, Tramp went out to the dog and scratched on his leg. And my friend said, "You're busted." And the guy was like, "What? Oh, but," and he goes, "No, my dog can smell weed, man." He goes, "You're busted." We ain't going to tell anybody. You want to smoke a joint with us? That was our reaction. But this guy, this DHS delivery driver was like, you know, he got busted anyway from us, but the dog busted him. So anyway, my friend Serge is gone. The dog is long gone. So, but now I get Duggar, right? So I want to be able to teach him, like, okay, certain things. So if he wants to get a treat from me, like a piece of meat or a bone or something like that, he's got to show me. Now, it's not a trick, okay? It's that it, because he was very aloof when I first got him. So I'd have this really good, meaty, juicy treat, right? And he'd turn his head to the side like this and then kind of look at me out of one eye, going, I see it over there and I can smell it. He's looking at me. He just rolled over. He knows I'm talking about him. But I was like, no, if you want something to eat, then you have to put your paw up. So I'd reach down and grab his paw and put it up, where he has to hold it up like this, right? So bless his heart, he come up here today and he did this beautiful. He puts his head up like this and he's got this beautiful arch under here, right? And he pops this little paw up like this, I look at him and I go, what's the matter? And he was like, and he reached over because I looked down at him. I was like, what do you want? I don't have any treats. And he did this thing sort of like Snoopy looking up at the sky. And he did this thing like he was attention. And I was like, you want a treat, don't you? And he was like, wagged his tail. And I was like, oh my God, it was perfect. It was like, but see, animals aren't stupid. All right. I've taught him a way to communicate with me as to what do you want, so this sign is obvious. Feed me. I want something. So earlier I was like, I fed him. I gave him an early treat, Then he was sitting beside me here by the computer and he's like doing this thing at attention. I mean, perfect, right? Where a lot of times he'll slouch and he'll barely lift his paw. Oh no, it was like, he was like, Sieg Heil, Master Dave, it, I busted out laughing, but here's the thing though. We consider that animals can't be trained or we can't learn to live, communicate with each other. And most of I've only had Duggar for I think about 6 months now. So, and he lived with other people with different habits and so forth. And now he goes outside and the 3 cats are sitting by the back door and he's afraid to go by the one, where before he was chasing them every time he went out the back door. So his behavior has modified. He still runs over to the neighbors. We're working on that. But we took a walk up to the top of the driveway. I took him up on a leash, and then on the way back, I turned him off the leash. So he knows to stay with me. I'm practicing with him on his speed. Why is this important, and what's this got to do with the universe? Because once you start communicating back and forth, and, he came over and was clearly, feed me, I'm hungry. And I was like, okay, feed me. No, 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 no. Well, I don't have any treats. Don't give a shit. Feed me. I'm hungry. Okay, I fed him. And he was like, jumped up on the couch and went to sleep. So we can communicate. If me and Duggar can learn how to communicate like that in less than 6 months and be able for it to be that obvious, for him to be able to look at me with that sign and know, that we're working out the variations right now. Or like, is it a treat but it means food. That's what it means. So I opened up a can and I made him dinner and boom, he was happy. So anyway, what has this got to do with the universe? A lot. Because it took a little him getting used to me and me getting used to him. But now we're communicating on a level where now he can be sitting across the room and lift his paw. I know what he means. He's like looking at his dish. He looks at me, lifts his paw, feed me. Good. I got it, So you say, well, animals are stupid. And now there are a lot of different critters that I've worked with over the years. And critters ain't stupid. We just don't understand, most of us, on how we can communicate with them. But here's the thing. The more that I have learned to understand the universe by just allowing it, of course, I've learned a lot about behavior modification and working with animals too. But That's also a part of this understanding the cosmos, if you will. I know Duggar ain't stupid, so I don't treat him like a stupid dog. But I do have to be in certain circumstances. I am the master, you are the dog. That's how it works, okay? And once you learn these basic little rules, we're good. And he understands that now. Before there were times when he thought I was trying to get onto him. And I was, because he was chasing the cats and he was, so now, but he understands when I go, "Ah, ah," it's like, what? He can be halfway up. He did it yesterday. He was halfway up the driveway trying to sneak away, up towards up there. And I was like, and I went, ah, 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 and he turned around. And I was, you get back down here. And he was like grudgingly put his head down and kind of played through the grass a little bit. And then he came back to the house. But that's understanding, that's communication, that's being able to, back and forth. As human beings, you'd think it'd be really easy to do. But for some reason, it seems like it's easier for me to work with this dog for 6 months. And he's been pretty bullheaded in a lot of ways, but he's starting to get it now. He understands that if he was being bullheaded about the paw thing. Now it's like dun da da da. He knows what I mean now. So he's gained confidence in being able to get what he wants across to me. Now that's a whole nother level to me of intelligence, right? So it's not just the response, he's thinking ahead. I'm going to sit over there and tell Dave I'm hungry. You get it? So, but anyway, it's endearing, it's wonderful. And as an old dog myself, you can learn new tricks. But in this cosmic stuff, I've always tried to instill in him. And, 3 years old, lived with some other people that didn't really train him in any way. He jumped up on him and did all these things. And now there are rules, but he still has a lot of fun. He still plays. We still do the ball. He still runs and, but he doesn't chase the cats unless I'm not looking. He's a sneaky one, but it's only been 6 months. So, but anyway, that's just chatting while I smoke the cigarette. But at the same time, it takes patience. You have to use the same tone of voice. You have to use the same commands. You have to be consistent. You can't let him get away with it once and then not at another. Now, once he started learning how to use that paw like a freaking salute, he is so precious when he does it. I will try to get him on camera if I can. It is really cool. But anyway, it's just reached another level because now he knows that he can communicate with me. And by doing certain signs and giving a little woof and, we can talk. Now, back in the way old days, I'm getting the cards, I'm going to start shuffling. Now, this is Native American tale, story, legend, that all the animals and all the humans used to be able to communicate. And then humans reached a certain point in evolution, if you will, that they stopped honoring the animals. So they just started killing without giving honor to the kill. And there's a lot of respect to what a lot of the native tribes would do before they went on a hunt. I mean, a lot of people don't understand that some of these guys would literally fast for 2 or 3 days before they went on the hunt, asking Great Spirit to make their soul and their bodies and everything clear enough so that they would, they would honor the spirits, in their hunt. So, a lot of people just, oh, well, Native American Indians, they did this and that and blah, blah, blah. And they slaughtered things and stuff. There was that. But at the same time, they did it with a certain respect that white people just still don't have. But anyway, um, so when man, when mankind, humankind, stopped honoring the animals got together and said, "We ain't talking to them anymore." What? Yep. They all got together, had a clan, and they met and they said, "Nope, we are not doing this." Um, David Castle, Duggar is awesome and fearless. Fearless, not so much. He's a chicken shit in a lot of stuff, David. I'm working with him on that, but that's a whole other story. Got to build his confidence. You know what I mean? But no, fearless, not so much. Now, my little poodle dog Sasha that I had, she was fearless. Oh my God. But I have learned so much from four-leggeds and other critters too. I mean, I worked at an animal. My friend Serge, you've heard me talk, who recently passed away from cancer. Him and his wife at the time ran a wildlife rehabilitation center like 5 miles from me. And I helped him build some of the cages. I helped take care of the animals. I did puppet shows and talked about, all different kinds of things. We had school groups come out to the center, and for several years it was a big deal. And we saved a lot of critters, and literally was um, hand feeding, young deer, because their mamas had been killed and the babies were picked up and brought out to the center, right? And we fed them with goat's milk and other things too. But as they grew up, um, they weren't in any kind of a cage, but they stayed in the yard. It was a big plantation, over 1,200 acres, and this house was the only house sitting right in the middle of this thing, sort of. But anyway, but the deer just roamed around in the yard. And there, I remember going over to see my friend Serge, and we looked very similar. There were a lot of people that thought we were brothers there for a while, and so we looked very similar in height and stature and frame, and we wore the same kind of clothes. Like in the wintertime, we were wearing flannel shirts. So I'm walking. I had pulled up into the yard to work on the puppet barn for Halloween. And I turned around and look, and here's this deer, like nudging my shoulder. And I turned around, and I was surprised, and he was surprised. Actually, she, Bright Eyes, she was surprised. And next thing you know, she's like, well, "Who the hell are you?" And I was like, "It's me." And she was like, "Oh, I remember you." But she thought I was Serge. Anyway, so this same deer now, it's got all these 1,200 acres to roam. And one of the local farmers rents out uh, the hunting rights to some of this property. There's a few of the farmers that get together, and they rent it out for the season, right? So they've got deer stands, and where we put in on the river was this deer stand near the river. So we're standing down there, and we'd just come off the river, Serge and I, and we're heading back up to the house, and we passed this local guy, the hunter, and we were like, "So, what'd you see today?" And everything. He looked at my friend, and he goes, "Serge," he goes, "Damn you." He said, "I tell you what." He said, "You ruined my whole day." And Serge looked at me and looked back, and he said, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "You know that deer, the one that used to you all raised?" He goes, "Yeah." He said, "I was climbing up into the stand with my rifle when this deer walked up behind me and nudged my shoulder." He said, "I turned around and it was standing there like, 'Pet me.'" He goes, "Son of a bitch." He said, I just put my gun back in the truck." So Bright Eyes, I don't know if she's been shot yet. It's been quite a few years ago. But to the point, he says, I just can't. He said, every time, he said, I just couldn't hunt the rest of the season. He said, you pissed me off. And that deer walked right up to me and nudged me on the shoulder. I was like, there you go. So, but anyway, they weren't into trophies, but they would each try to kill 2 or 3 deer a year. Big piece of property, a lot of swamp and everything to put in the freezer. I mean, folks really do that down here. And if you've never had good deer meat, just saying. Anyway, but four-leggeds, and so it has to do with animal critters and stuff. Four-leggeds teach us a lot of things about ourselves, about the universe, about nature, just stuff. And the surgeon and I talked about it after we'd seen this guy, and he was like one of the last people that you'd think that would be affected by something like a deer. He would have hunted them, and he goes, pissed me off for the rest of the season. Couldn't shoot him. So thumbs up for the deer, right? And not necessarily that that killing a deer is that you shouldn't or can't or won't or whatever, but it gave him it changed his perspective in a way that we were like, we thought he would just like shoot anything, not within reason, but oh, there's a deer, boom, it's the season to be jolly. Anyway, so I've got the cards and I've been sitting here shuffling them while I've been yakking at you and just sort of sending out a thing to the universe, what needs to be, discussed. And I got 2 cards here. This one here on the bottom and this one here on the top with my thumb. Okay, I'm going to put that one down there. You know me and pulling 2 or 3 cards. Now, I have been shuffling these things for the last 5 minutes. And I got this little stack here. I don't know. Feels like the top card. We'll see. I'm going to put that over there. Now, I've got this larger stack here. Here's the deal. I was thinking about this earlier and trying not to overthink it. But with all this stuff that's in the universe, my doing the cards and trying to read the cards, and in the sense that I picked the right ones out of the group, I'm shuffling through and trying to. I feel this little bit of energy difference. Okay, it's almost like it's hot or cold or something, and there's that one needs to come out. And for some reason, this one. Now, there's 5 cards, which I only usually do 3, maybe 4. But there's 5 cards tonight, folks. So it's an hour and 22 into this. And for those of you who are still hanging out, and there's 14 folks that says, Chloe, I see we picked up somebody else. Enigma, how are you? Maverick says, tell me that deer was not communicating with that hunter. Absolutely, Maverick. But now he has a sense of, yep, he saw it before. And here's the thing, he had been around the farm when they were raising the deer. So here's the thing, the deer remembered him. That deer wouldn't have just walked up to anybody, but because he had, we'll just call him Farmer Jones, okay? So Farmer Jones, he was there when the deer was being raised. So there was, the deer had that familiarity. It wouldn't have just walked up to anybody. So that part freaked him out too. He goes, that's that damn deer that you had up around the house. So he knew it was the deer and the deer knew it was him, So, I mean, the amazing things that nature can show us, teach us, and otherwise not necessarily blindside us, but, here we go, right? I'll be doggone. I'm just pulling these out. I don't know if there's necessarily an order. But the first one I turned over was Mouse, right side up. Now, I shuffled these cards, okay? Pulled Mouse the last time. The next card is lizard upside down. Okay. Ooh, I was thinking about this, and here, gobble, gobble, is turkey, number 31. Interesting. I don't think I've pulled the turkey before. No, they're telling me I have, but it's been a while. Okay. Now I've got these two other cards sitting over here, so gonna see what they are. All right. Upside down elk. I don't know if I've ever pulled the elk card. It's number 3. Now, I don't know if anybody of you have ever seen elk up close. I have, up in Cades Cove up there in ooh. And the last one is crow. Right side up. So I wasn't going to pull them last 2 cards, but Enigma says I don't usually bother with cards. Colorado elk. Well, these were elk that were transplanted back into the Smoky Mountains National Park there in Cades Cove. And at nighttime, well, they were there in the early morning too, but Cades Cove is this valley stuck between these mountains. It's beautiful up there. And the elk come out at nighttime. And there's a road that goes all the way around. And there are a couple of roads that cut across so you can take a shortcut and back, but it's basically one great big giant loop. So anyway, at nighttime, there are places where people go in the evening, and the elk just come out and they make this noise that just fills up this whole valley. And they are magnificent creatures. I was standing beside the car. Actually, it was the truck. And an elk, I mean, literally, I was standing like less than 10 feet away from this big giant elk that just stepped out of the forest and walked right past me. And I was like, where'd that some bitch come from? Anyway, it seems like they want me to, for the moment, they want me to do mouse. Okay. And then they're saying I need to do turkey, but I'm going to check them all out. An hour and 26 minutes. So into this video. I'm trying my best not to make these things really long. So it's like, that's why I sort of stopped at an hour and said, okay, break time. Now let's do cards and stuff. Okay. Number 20. Oh, and the last one was crow, by the way. Right side up. Mouse. If I could see the world through your tiny eyes, maybe then I would know how to scrutinize. We talked about scrutiny just recently. Every detail carries weight, and true to its purpose, has its perfect puzzle place to stop the 3-ring circus. Scrutiny. Mouse says, I will touch everything with my whiskers in order to know it. Paradoxically, this is both a great power and a great weakness. It is good medicine to see up close. It is good medicine to pay attention to detail, but it is bad medicine to chew every little thing to pieces. We hate Mises to pieces. Anyway, mouse has many predatory animal enemies, including birds, snakes, and cats. Since mouse is food for many, it has a highly developed sense of danger at every turn. So-called civilization is a highly complex set of components which calls for more and more organizational skills and scrutiny to detail every year. Mouse is a powerful medicine to have in these modern times. Things that might appear insignificant to others take on enormous importance to mouse. And having this card pulled again, I think it just sort of, this really does, fit with my topic tonight, in that, we have to scrutinize things. We can't just take things at face value anymore. So anyway, mouse people anger many other medicine types because they appear to be nitpickers. Rabbit holes. Mouse people will spot the lint on your coat, even if it matches in color. They will try to convince you that the simplest task is fraught with difficulty. They are fixated on mythology. They sort and categorize and file away for later use. They may seem like they are hoarding, but this is the farthest thing from Mouse's mind. They are merely putting everything in order so that they will be able to explore it more carefully at a later date. Now I'm dealing with stuff around the house that I thought I was going to use at a later date. Later date has come, ain't getting used. Adios. The chiefs tell us that without Mouse, there would be no systemization of knowledge. Mouse ended Renaissance man and hearkened the age of specialization. Mouse knew from the very beginning that there is always more to learn. One can always delve deeper and deeper and deeper. If your personal medicine is Mouse, you may be fearful of life, but very well organized with a compartment for everything. You should try to see a larger picture than the one staring at you in the face. Develop largest, develop a larger sense of spirit. Try to become aware of the great dance of life. Realize that even though you may be sitting in Los Angeles, there is also a New York, a moon, a solar system, a galaxy, and an infinite universe. Jump high, little friend. You will glimpse the sacred mountain. And I think that last little sentence in there that about, you may be sitting in Los Angeles, but there's also a New York and a moon and a soul. That's the understanding that all of these things are connected in this quantum realm. If Mouse is your card spread, its medicine is telling you to scrutinize. Look at yourself and others carefully. Maybe that big hunk of cheese is sitting on a trigger that will spring a deadly trap. Maybe that cat is in the pantry waiting for you. Maybe someone to whom you have delegated authority, such as a doctor, lawyer, or even a plumber, is not doing the job faithfully. The message is to see what is right before your eyes and take action accordingly. Now, I always read the contrary. Mouse, but this was right side up. So, Mouse in the contrary positions may be telling you that you are spending too much time with matters of great consequence when you should be paying a ticket or sweeping the Hogan or your front porch. You may have let yourself become slovenly. You may have developed a disdain for authority and order. Now, we're all kind of pissed off at the government at the moment. You may be procrastinating about something that needs immediate attention. Bring Mouse medicine to your life's chaos. There's the word chaos, and you will soon have everything tidy and ship shape. Another message of Mouse reversed may be that you are pipe dreaming about your own importance in life. Are you wondering why you have not been nominated for the Academy Awards? You can't be recognized if you are not taking care of life's details and walking in humility. That's what I was talking about. The there was no honor between men and the animals, so they quit talking. And in that honoring is humility. So, humans weren't humble enough to be able to talk to the animals, so the animals shut up. Anyway, remember that all good things come to those willing to work towards wholeness. Little Mouse needs to see the big picture, but only assimilate the information the picture gives a little at a time. Expansiveness can be overwhelming if you forget to take it step by step. Confusion, there we go. Confusion is a product of too much too soon. Little Mouse can conquer any task by using its scrutiny. Slow down and write that contrary medicine. Stop chasing your tail or being confused by the maze and start observing the details of your present pathway. Actually, both messages about the mouse, even though it was up. So I want to read Turkey next for some reason. It's number 31, which is a 4, blah, blah, blah. Um, and I don't remember reading Turkey, but they're telling me that I have. So, okay. Giveaway. Yes. Yes. I have read Turkey. Ho, brother Turkey, so freely you give, or of everything that you are, so others may truly live. Turkey. Giveaway. Interesting, it's coming up Thanksgiving. Turkey is actually thought to be the giveaway eagle or South Eagles for many native tribes. The philosophy of giveaway was practiced by many tribes. Simply stated, it is the deep and abiding recognition of the sacrifices of both self and others. People in modern day society who many times more have many have many times more than they need should study the noble turkey who sacrifices itself so that we may live. In turkey's death, we have our life. Honor the turkey. Spectator, Spectators unfamiliar with the culinary phenomena of the potlatch or giveaway ceremony are often mystified by it. A tribal member may gladly give away all he or she owns and do without in order to help the people. In present day urban life, we are taught to acquire and get ahead. The person with the most toys wins the game. In some cultures, no one can win the game unless the whole of the people's needs are met. A person who claims more than his or her share is looked upon as a selfish or crazy or both. The poor, the aged, and the feeble have honor. I've spoke about this before, where some people say, "Well, in tribal life, the elders were fed first. The braves, they always gave the best pieces to the elders, in honor, and also they could go out and get some more where the elders couldn't anyway. So, but that's the honor. The poor, the aged, and the feeble have honor. Okay. The person who gives away the most and carries the burden of the people is one of the most respected. Turkey was the medicine of many saints and mystics. Celebrate if you have turkey medicine. Your virtues are many. You have transcended self. You act and react on the behalf of others. You aspire to help those who need help. This is not out of some sense of self righteous moralism or religious guilt. Help and sustenance is given by Turkey out of the realization that all life is sacred. All life is sacred. Even snake that we don't like, you know. It is knowing that the Great Spirit resides within all peoples and things. It is an acknowledgement that what you do for others, you do for yourself. Turkey medicine rests in true ego and enlightenment. Doing unto others and feeding the people is the message of all true spiritual systems. Depending on how Turkey is aspected in your cards, you are being given a gift. This gift could be spiritual, material, or even intellectual. The gift may be great or small, but it is never insignificant. Now, here's interesting. It's never insignificant, and Mouse says to scrutinize all those details. So, Turkey's a giveaway. This giveaway is some kind of information for each one of us with this card reading. And so, but the gift may be great or small, but is never insignificant. So, even as tiny as the mouse is, you understand? Congratulations, you may have just won the lottery, or a gift may be a beautiful sunset or the smell of a fragrant flower. For me, I was out in the garden cleaning out weeds and I found a pepper plant with peppers on it that I planted last spring, made it all the way through the winter. I covered them, made it all the way through the summer. I didn't even know they were still alive. And there was 3 beautiful peppers on it today. And I was like, you know, there you go. On the other hand, you may feel the spirit of giving growing within you and wanting you to share with others. Now, the contrary of this, of turkey, there are several aspects to pulling the gobbler card in the reverse position. Now, it was right side up. Are you gobbling up anything and everything out of fear or of lack? Are you avoiding, oh, wait a minute, are you holding on too tight and refusing to let go of a dime for charity? It could be that the Scrooge in you has grown accustomed to the miserly aspect of living. If not, you might look at the possibilities that you are fearful of spending money at this time. Now, that's true. Another aspect of contrary gobbler is the idea that the world owes you something. Now, we know there are folks out there, that's what they believe, that owes you something and that you do not need to recycle the energy. To recycle the energy. How about that one? The buck stops here may only mean that it stops in your bank account. On all levels of this contrary message, the keynote is that generosity of spirit is being neglected. Now, I doubt that that has anything to do with us, but in general, yes. One of the reasons for this video was because the spirit is not necessarily being neglected, but the chaos is keeping it from being properly nourished. Remember, never give to receive. Remember, never give to receive, just give it. That is manipulation. Giving is without regret and with a joyful heart, or the giveaway has lost its true meaning. That's one reason why I'm against any kind of spells or stuff like that, because it's manipulation. You're trying to manipulate things in whatever way. Spell casting, something, something. You're trying to manipulate, okay? Remember, never give to receive. So, and we don't want to give something to the universe that, we might receive something crappy back. Anyway, they want me to do elk next. Don't know why I pulled 5 cards, but elk is number 3. Stamina. Ooh. I know what's wrong with this picture. I have the wrong glasses on, and I'm trying to read, and they're not quite strong enough. Get a swig of drink. Elk. Stamina. We could all use some of that right now, eh? Elk. Your antlers reach for the sun. Show me that strength and that stamina are one. Elk wandered through the forest looking for a partner. The mating season was in full swing, and the bucks that usually traveled with the other males had dispersed to find mates for the season. As Elk bellowed his mating call through the forest, his bugle alerted Mountain Lion that a feast could be in the making. Mountain Lion circled Elk, getting closer to his prey. Moment by moment, Elk sensed the impending danger when the forest suddenly grew silent. He broke for the high country when he spotted his pursuer, but Mountain Lion was far behind. As Elk made a running leap for the timberline, Mountain Lion gained on him, but Elk continued to run onward, displaying tremendous stamina. Finally, Mountain Lion gave up, having spent his energy in spurts as he tried to jump over boulders to reach Elk. Elk paced himself, making headway as he climbed skyward toward the high country. Elk had no other defense except his ability to go the distance, setting a pace that allowed him to utilize his stamina and his energy to the fullest. Elk medicine teaches that pacing yourself will increase your stamina. I'm working on that myself, by the way. Interesting. I should pick this card. Maybe it's for me, but elk medicine people may not be the first ones to arrive at a goal, but they always arrive without getting burned out. If you have taken on too much recently, it may be a good idea to look at how you plan to finish what you have started without ending up in the hospital. Now, I have been doing similar things with projects around here that I want to get done that are way overdue. Elk have curious kind of warrior energy because, except at mating time, they honor the company of their own gender. They can call on the medicine of brotherhood or sisterhood. In discovering the strength, and I was just kind of talking about that, about the brotherhood, sisterhood, we're all connected thing. Anyway, they can call on the medicine of brotherhood or sisterhood. In discovering the strength which is gained from loving the gender that is your own, you will feel the comradeship that arises from similarity of experience. Okay, hanging out with the girls, hanging out with the guys. Okay, this is a special medicine that allows the friendship of others of your same sex to overcome potential competition or jealousy. If you have picked elk medicine, you may be telling yourself to seek the company of your own gender for a while. You may need a support group to realign yourself with the stamina of warrioress energy that you are a part of. This communication with others of your own sex allows you to air your feelings in safety and to get feedback from others who have had the same experiences. You may need a new sense of communication in unity. Isn't that interesting? Wow, how some of this shit fits every time. Elk could also be telling you to look at how you are holding up physically to the stresses in your life and to pace yourself so that you maintain an equilibrium of energy over the distance you plan to cover. Vitamins or higher energy foods may be one solution, along with some personal quiet time for replenishment. Now, in this pacing, I have, discussed this that the chaos is wanting us to go in all different directions. And the messages for the last several months has always been to, reach down inside and find your core value because things are going to get bumpy and to hang on to that core value that you have. So that is your to pace yourself. So if you try to find things, you're looking too hard, and that also causes stress. So, but to pace yourself, that's like the tortoise and the hare. The hare, he ran way ahead, jumped in the side of the road, took a nap, and the turtle passed him. You know, if elk, contrary position, if elk has appeared in the reverse position, which it is, by the way, you may be stretching the rubber band to the breaking point. Be careful of undue stress levels. I was just kind of sort of mentioned that. Or you might just create an illness to force yourself to take a break. I was talking about way early on in this video about the people were literally death by fear. They were dying because they were literally scared to death. And they're gaining statistics on that. It's going to be interesting how that one pops up. But anyway, on another level, you may not be honoring your desire for companionship with the opposite sex, and you may have forgotten the excitement of mating season. Well, some of us are just too freaking old for some of that stuff anymore. But if this is the case, you may find that your best option is to invite friends of the opposite sex for dinner or an afternoon outing. This is not to say that you would be sexually interested in these friends. It is merely suggesting that the exchange of opposite energies could be rewarding. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I find that to be true. in that, you hang out with the guys, you get one perspective. You hang out with some lady friends, it's another. If you are in a relationship, it may be that the honeymoon is waning and that you need to stir up some excitement. Persistently creating a change of pace is the kind of stamina needed for any relationship to last. Now, I would say that for any relationship to last, not just in a sexual mating kind of thing, but in any relationship, I believe that is important. Stamina is needed for a good friendship, because there's going to be ups and downs and goods and bads, and, it takes stamina to get through all that. In all cases, Elk is telling you to look at how you choose to create your present pathway and how you intend to perpetuate it to reach your goal. Your best weapon is the same as Elk's: to stop when you need to persist when you need to, and to allow room for change and exchange of energies. Well, this is a time for change. Absolutely. There's stuff changing every minute now, every second. That's the chaos, you know. Now, the next one they're telling me to read is Lizard, number 36. Um, that elk is interesting in stamina. I had not considered it to be in any kind of sexual thingy, but I get it. Um, but there's a lot more to relationships than the sex part. There's the intellectual sex, if you will, foreplay. Anyway, lizard. Lizard's upside down, by the way. Lizard, will you dream with me? Ah, yes, the lizard dreams. Lizard, will you dream with me? Travel across the stars, beyond the place of time and space. There live visions from afar. Now, this is a story where Lizard was sitting on a rock, and I'm going to paraphrase. He was sitting on a rock, and Snake kind of crawled into his little den and asked Snake if he could share the rock. And so Lizard says, Snake, you scared me. What do you want? And the snake said, Lizard, you're always getting the best shadow spots in the heat of the day. This is the only big rock for miles. Why don't you share your shade with me? Lizard thought for a moment, then agreed. Snake, you can share my shade spot, but you have to go to the other side of the rock, and you must promise not to interrupt me. Snake was getting annoyed. He hissed, How can I bother you, Lizard? All you were doing is sleeping. Lizard smiled knowingly. Oh, Snake, you are such a silly serpent. I am not sleeping, I'm dreaming. Snake wanted to know what the difference was, so Lizard explained. Dreaming is going into the future. I go to where future lives. You see, that is why I know you won't eat me today. I dreamed you, and I know you're full from a mouse. Snake was taken aback. Why, Lizard, you're exactly right. I wondered why you said yes and that you would share your rock. Lizard laughed. Snake, he said, you are looking for shade, and I'm looking for shadow. Shadow is where the dreams live. Lizard medicine is the shadow side of reality where your dreams are reviewed before you decide to manifest them physically. I'm going to read that again. Lizard medicine is the shadow side of reality where your dreams are reviewed before you decide to manifest them into reality. You get to review it. It's sort of like, checking your vote before you stick it in the machine. But anyway, Lizard could have created getting eaten by Snake if he had so desired. Lizard is the medicine of dreamers. Whether dreamers smoke, this is what it says, whether dreamers smoke you or dream you, dreamers can always help you see the shadow. This shadow can be your fears, your hopes, or the very thing you are resisting. but it is always following you around like an obedient dog. If Blizzard dreamed of space in your cards today, it may be time to look and see what is following along behind you. Is it your fears, your future trying to catch up to you? Your future trying to catch up with you? Interesting. Or is it the part of you that wants to ignore your weaknesses and humanness? Well, I'd really like to do that. Well, like today, I was outside working and stuff, and my lower back's been having issues now, and it was all I could do when I got done chasing the dog and walking and doing all this stuff. I was like, "Oh my God, that hurts." Anyway, Lizard may be telling you to pay attention to your dreams and their symbols. Be sure to pay attention to each individual symbol or recurring patterns. Now, Mouse was telling us to scrutinize. Turkey was looking at the giveaway, right, to see what we were doing, right? So all of these, in to me, are seem to be connected, and elk is the stamina to be able to pace yourself to do this. Oh my gosh. Make a dream log and record all that you remember. Be sure to pay attention to each individual symbol. If you do not remember your dreams, or you could try setting a music alarm for 2 or 3 a.m., or you could try drinking a lot of water before bedtime and allowing your bladder to wake you up. Dreams are very important. Pay attention to them. But see, now, here's my caveat to that right now about dreams, in that there's so much chaos in the quantum field right now. There's so much confusion so far behind. Oh, stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody, look what's going down. Anyway, but to the point where there's so much confusion in our present Earth universe, it's screwing up the signal. Uh, but dreams are very important. Pay attention to them. You could be picking up somebody else's dream, but it could be related to you in some way. Anyway, now Lizard is upside down, so contrary. If Lizard is turned up in the contrary position, you may be having a nightmare. Well, waking up every day to the chaos has been a frickin' nightmare, but this is a sign of inner conflict. What's my topic for tonight? It's about confusion to the confused, and the spiritual weirdness in the spirit realm. This is the inner conflict, but we're all feeling it, you see. So it's not just you or me or the next guy. This is a team. This is a team effort. Anyway, look to the nightmare for a clue to the nature of this conflict. What are the feelings your nightmare causes? Breathe through those feelings and let the sensations flow out of your body. See the truth in what your nightmare is suggesting. It could be a simple message that you are confronting your fears and therefore do not need to experience nightmarish events in your day to day life. In other words, have the nightmares in your dreams, but have a good day. Interesting. Another message of lizard reversed is that you may need more sleep or dream time. It could also imply that you have a lack of dreams for your future. Now, that's true for all of us because, as many of us have been stating, saying, next few months, I would be careful with making any future plans because we don't know what these weirdos are going to do. Lockdowns, this thing, that thing, we don't know. So I have warned several people. Be careful of what you do here in this near future, the next 3 months or so. It doesn't mean you should stop having any dreams or of what you want to do or what you want to pursue. I mean, I still want to make, next year something. I still want to go camping. I still want to go, I still want to do stuff. So how I'm going to do it, man, and the frequency, we'll work that out when it gets here. But for all of us, we all need to take a cautious step here these next couple of months. Just it is wintertime, so we can just chill. Anyway, um, It could also imply that you have a lack of dreams for your future because we don't know what is going to frickin' happen. Imagination is the door to all new ideas and creations. As you examine the dreaming process, you will find that the subconscious is processing all of the recorded messages it holds concerning the events you experienced during the day. Now, I have talked about this before. The subconscious is recording everything, always, stuff you don't even know you're aware of, light changes, just stuff. So, anyway, these messages can be suppressed feelings, bringing inner conflict, or they can be new ideas or goals, other dimensions of awareness, future events, warning signals, or desires and hopes. Now, we all have a desire and hope that the future will be better, and we're all seeing the warning signs flashing around us. So, you know, I think we're watching this, but I think this lizard card to me, is sort of, remember now, this is a reassurance that this is going on. Okay. In one sense, Contrary Lizard is insisting that you look to your imagination for a new experience. Now, that's what's going to manifest the future. So, the more of us that are at least in agreement that we want peace and we want health, which we already do, then manifesting that is going to be our key to that. So, how do we bring that into fruition? We keep having positive thoughts that it'll turn out good. On the other hand, it says, Contrary Lizard may also apply to those who dream too much, refusing to use the dreams as tools to manifest that same vision in their lives. All levels of awareness are accessible through dreams. Remember, life is not always as it seems. Are you the dreamer or are you the dreamed? In other words, did somebody dream you up? Anyway, Crow, number 24, right side up. So yeah, lizard, yeah, let's the dream world. Yep. And remember, the shadow world is not necessarily where evil things lurk. It's just a coincidence. Because as Bear says, and somebody else too, I think, is that the answers are in the answers are in the silence, in the darkness. Crow, law. Crow, are you cawing so I may know the secrets of balance within my soul? Or are you sending your sacred caw just to remind me of universal laws? Now, Crow's right side up. There is a medicine story that tells of Crow's fascination with her own shadow. She kept looking at it, scratching it, pecking it, until her shadow woke up and became alive. Then Crow's shadow ate her. Crow is Dead Crow now. Dead Crow is the left handed guardian. If you look deeply into Crow's eye, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of all sacred law. So, as we have been discussing in these cards, Crow being the final one especially that they wanted me to read, sort of brings this whole discussion kind of sort of like, okay, 5 cards, interesting. Anyway, since Crow is the keeper of sacred law, Crow can bend the laws of physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique. Few adepts exist in today's world, and fewer still have mastered Crow's art of shapeshifting. Now, we all know there's some shape-shifting critters out there. They ain't talking about that. This art includes doubling or being in two places at one time consciously. Now, this is the truth. I told a story about me and a friend of mine who did some experiments years ago, and that she worked at the radio. We worked at the same radio station. She would fall asleep, and so I would go into an astral dream and go to the radio station. And there were several times she described exactly what I was doing, where I was, and what time it was. And it was creepy, freaky, but at the same point, it proved to both of us that this stuff really works. And I was in two places at one time. I knew I was laying in bed at the house, but I also knew I was in the radio station. So anyway, so taking on another physical form. Now I wasn't in any physical form, it was my astral body. But becoming the fly on the wall to observe what is happening far away. Now think about this, isn't that oh, I can't think of the word. Anyway, y'all know what I mean. You look, you try to look into the future, or I can't think of it right now. The Europeans that came to Turtle Island were named the Boat People by Slow Turtle. Even with the knowledge of alchemy possessed by certain boat people, none had ever seen the powerful shape shifting of shamans who utilized crow medicine. Many boat people were frightened by what appeared to be animals coming into their camps or dwellings to discern their medicine. Crow medicine people are masters of illusion. All sacred texts are under the protection of Crow. Creator's Book of Laws or Book of Seals is bound in crow feathers. Crow feathers tell of spirit made flesh. Crow is also the protector of the Oglala or ancient records. The sacred law belts or wampum belts beaded by native women long before the boat people or Europeans came to this continent, contain knowledge of the Great Spirit's laws and are kept in the black lodges, the lodges of women. The law which states that all things are born of women is signified by Crow. Now, just most of us understand that, but there are a lot of people who don't. All things are born of women is signified by Crow. Now, there are certain species of mammals and so forth that, like I had a black widow spider that, I don't know when she was inseminated, but she could lay her own eggs and babies would pop out and then she'd eat them. Children are taught to behave according to the rules of a particular culture. Most Orthodox religious systems create a mandate concerning acceptable behavior within the context of worldly affairs. In South American countries, they're running around naked. Oh my God, it's okay down there, but you can't do that around here. So you do this, and you will go to heaven. You do thus and so, and you will go to hell. Different formulas for salvation are demanded by each true faith. Yeah, that's why religion it's about faith. It's about spiritualism. It ain't about the religion. Human law is not the same as sacred law, more so than any other medicine. Crow sees that the physical world and even the spiritual world, as humanity interprets them, are an illusion. There are billions of worlds. There are an infinitude of creatures. Great Spirit is within all things. If an individual obeys Crow's perfect laws as given by the Creator, then at death, he or she dies a good medicine death, going on to the next incarnation with a clear memory of his or her past. Crow is an omen of change. Crow lives in the void and has no sense of time. We talked about this before. The ancient chiefs tell us that Crow sees simultaneously the three fates: past, present, and future. Crow merges light and darkness, seeing both inner and outer reality. If Crow medicine appears in your card today, you must pause and reflect on how you see the laws of the Great Spirit in relation to the laws of humanity. Crow medicine signifies a first hand knowledge of a higher order of right and wrong than that indicated by the laws created in human culture. With Crow medicine, you speak with a powerful voice when addressing issues that for you seem out of harmony, out of balance, out of whack, or unjust. Remember, the Crow looks at the world with first one eye and then the other, cross eyed. In the Mayan culture, cross eyeds had the privilege and duty of looking into the future. You must put aside your fear of being a voice in the wilderness and call the shots as you see them. As you learn to allow your personal integrity to be your guide, your sense of feeling alone will vanish. Your personal will can then emerge so that you will be able to stand in your truth. The pine path of true Crow people says to be mindful of your opinions and actions. Be willing to walk your talk, speak your truth, know your life's mission, and balance past, present, and future in the now. Shape shift that old reality and become your future self. Allow the bending of physical laws to aid in the creation of the shape shifting world of peace. Contrary. Now, Crow was right side up, so that should be the message there. Sacred law. Contrary. So you are an outlaw today, huh? This is one of the varied messages of Crow reversed. The rebel in you has given a yell, and all hell is about to break loose. A word to the wise at this point: make sure that if you are stepping on toes, you have some backup. The catalyst for a barroom brawl is usually the person with two black eyes. That is what it means to eat crow. If you do not plan to go to such extremes, Crow reversed may indicate that you are merely cheating a little on your diet, or covertly watching the neighbors have a spat, or thinking promises are made to be broken. In any of these situations, the only loser is you. If you are lying to yourself on any level, you have lost the power of Crow. Let me read that again. If you are lying to yourself on any level, you may have lost the power of Crow. Now that's it. I did a show a couple of weeks ago, something about, shadow work and, and that. So, and you have to be honest. So if there's some kind of little lie or something you're not really being honest with yourself about, well, that didn't really bother me and it does. Anyway, you've lost the power of Crow. Think about it, and maybe your inner truth will come to you. In seeing what is true, you may need to weed out past beliefs or ideas to bring yourself into the present moment. With all this confusion, we're trying to figure out what is the truth, right? So, and we may need to modify or literally throw out some of the stuff we've learned before. Many of us have already, and it's going to continue, by the way. Contrary Crow speaks of needing to remember that divine law is not judgment or denial of self truths. Divine law is honoring harmony that comes from a peaceful mind, an open heart, a true tongue, a light step, a forgiving nature, and a love of all living creatures. Honor the past as your teacher. Honor the present as your creation, and honor the future as your inspiration. I'm going to read that again. Honor the past as your teacher. In other words, everything I've learned up to this point, that's my teacher. Honor the present as your creation. In other words, I'm sitting in my house, I built this house, that's my creation. And honor the future as your inspiration. So that's what I'm working on now is for me, inspiration for future events. So refusing to honor the shifts in your reality can cause emotional pain. A lot of us are, feeling it. An implosion of energy is apparent when rebellion surfaces. Now, we are all rebelling against some of this stuff, one way or the other. Contrary Crow speaks of broken law. The law of expansion is broken by suppression. Think about that one. Wow, that one hits the nail on the head. This may apply to a situation, an old habit, a person you have given your authority to, or your own fears. It is also your own creation, so call on Crow and shift that creation to your new reality. And that's what we all need to work on is, that connecting consciousness with Simon Parks. These are folks like you and me who are working together in ways to try to make changes to the universe through our connecting consciousness. We are all beings that, we're all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, right? So the more that we understand this, the more that we put this into practice, the more that we accept it as part of the natural law, then, I still say there's hope for humanity. Not everybody, but hey Pamela, how are you? Hope I've been sending you extra prayers. Don't know if you've been getting them, but I have sent you some extra prayers. So, but I do pray for all of you. And I was out, chopping wood and cleaning stuff up in the yard today, and playing with the dog and all. I'm out in the yard, and I'm, and as I'm working, I'm thinking, we have these things down here called privet hedges, and oh my God, 3 times a year, if you don't dig up the roots, 3 times a year you have to cut these things back. They're always growing, and and anyway. So I'm going through, and there's some places where it got a little dense. I got right outside over here where I'm doing the front porch and all. They're coming up in this flower bed. I got to cut this tree out because it's dead. It wasn't supposed to last 40 years. It's supposed to be 20, crabapple tree. And this got to come out also so that I get more southern morning sunlight through that area on the porch I'm trying to finish. Anyway, so and the tree's got to come out. It's dead and got some stuff. Anyway, so I'm trying to get to the base and I'm cleaning up. And as I'm doing it, though, I'm thinking about y'all. I was like, wonder what Michelle's doing and this person and that person. And haven't talked to, Teresa lately on the phone and just this stuff, But in this of just folks going through my head, my prayer was that hope everything's okay. Hope, So, but anyway, thank goodness at my age and as being a hermit down here, I have that luxury, but in my plan, I had, the sign at the top of my driveway says the Little Ochlockonee River Hermitage. So my idea of this place being a hermitage. Now, I was supposed to share it with people, but nobody's visited since I put the sign up. Interesting, right? But so my intent of what the property was for a place of refuge for someone to come to just meditate or not be, whatever. And for myself, it's my hermitage to learn how to become more spiritual and become Hawkeye. Now, I don't know if I've ever really explained this to y'all. Maybe way back when I was taking my courses, if you will, in shamanism, and I had a medicine man who was staying here with me for several months, almost a year, him and his brother too. the persona, if you will, of David Null, the actor, the storyteller, that kind of thing, the engineer, he was spiritual. But then when it came time for me to not necessarily leave that walk behind, but to progress to a higher state, if you will, of just stuff. And it was um, um, it was my persistence with my spiritual development that I was like, this is what I want to learn. Yeah, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to go become a Catholic priest. I'm not going to become a Buddhist, thing. I'm not going to, not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. But of all the things that I studied up to this point, now this was several years ago, when I officially got my name during a sweat lodge. So now they had called, I had been using Hawkeye Two Feathers for a while, but in that, with the shaman and through my initiation, if you will, I was officially christened, if you will, through ceremony, that Hawkeye Two Feathers is my, I don't really want to say shaman name. It is my spiritual name. Okay. It is my Indian name, maybe, if you will. But anyway, so in that, for me, it was a big deal because we're both the same person, but Hawkeye he is that spiritual hermit, where Dave goes off on tangents about science and space and, engineering but, we're both connected, but Hawkeye is that more spiritual side. I know that it's sort of a difficult thing to grasp in that, but I got it. I get it, And um, part of me says, "Well, to hell with y'all if you don't get it. It's for me anyway." But that's not really what I mean. But I can't worry about whether or not somebody else understands. Well, this is a personal thing. Well, I don't get it. That's why it's personal. For you, for me, or whatever. Somebody says, "Well, I just don't get that." Well, it's a personal feeling that you have. Yeah, but I just don't get that's because it ain't personal to you. Now, you may have a similar situation that is personal to you, but I might not get anyway, with that said, 2 hours and 22 minutes. How am I doing? Michelle, good night, Teresa. Uh, Teresa, you out of here? Okay. Love you, love you, love you. I'm about out of here too. Spiritual issues I have. Well, now. You stop that, girl. Project Skyfalls. Oh, what you and Hawkeye talk about? Project Skyfalls. I'm a little hermitite. David Castle. Sarah Horton. Hi. Hi. Been hearing good things about you, Sarah. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Good luck to you. I'm going to lie down. Okay, Teresa. I'm getting out of here too. It's been 2 hours and 30 minutes, and I'm trying not to make these things too long, but uh David Castle, Project Skyfalls, the only thing negative from being single is when something incredible happens, you're the only one that gets to experience it. That is true, David. I gotta say, but I will come on here and share it with you all if I can. Enigma's gone. It was good to have you there, Project Skyfalls. I'm glad you had fun, honestly. I'm scrolling back up through the things and see what you missed. Sarah, I love you too. I love hearing Hawkeye ramble and love the animal cards. I know that's a way back up, but Robert V. Okay, he was in the house earlier. Good, good. I missed that. I was yakking. Yeah, we'll send out prayers to Robert V. That what I don't get a call. I'm out on call all week. Yeah, okay. Be careful, Robert V. I know he's already gone, but we can still send him out there. Okay, so I went back up the list. Folks are dropping off and going to sleep. I know. But something told me tonight, I was like, well, I'm going to watch a movie. Actually, I was going to go outside and I might still do this, go outside and light a fire. I've been piling up limbs and things and stuff, trying to get the yard cleaned up and trying to get ready to burn firewood and clean up last year's mess kind of thing. Anyway, um, but it's just been too damn hot outside for me. But tonight in the 40s, ooh, be nice to go outside and light a fire and watch the stars. So, but anyway, Spirit said that something I needed to come on and hang out with y'all, and I was like, well, plus I've had this topic on my brain for literally, a week to 10 days now, if not longer. And but I just needed to, kind of observe things and see how things are going. So now, with that said, uh, I wanted to do a video on this by itself, but I'm going to tuck this in here at 2:26. And let's see, who was it? Gale of Gaia, okay, is the YouTube channel. And I don't know if any of you have heard of Harold Katzvella. He's I think he's German. Pretty sure he's from over there. And the subject of black goo. All right. Now you can't put that in the title. You just can't. You don't know because that's AI is looking at that one. We love you, Bob. But AI is looking at that one. And for me, I've noticed that the subject of black goo hasn't come up in a while. The subject just kind of was like, because there are certain people who understood that by discussing it, there were certain things that were just happening, if you will. And it's sort of like what I've talked about, what the medicine men taught me about, the thing that shall not be named, right? And but what is it? Hush. That we're just saying it's out there. Just that's all I'm going to say. But what about it? Anyway. So you talk about the black goo. Now, if you don't know about the black goo, they have found this looks like oil kind of stuff, black goo, that literally moves. Okay, it moves on its own like something fucking freaky out of out of sci-fi. Okay, in real life. All right, and Harold played with this stuff. Okay, kind of came in contact with it, had some really strange things happen to him, and he's like, I ain't touching this stuff. He wouldn't even discuss it for a while. Now, since Harold and other folks that talked about this black goo several years ago, my friend Serge and I did, the gentleman who recently passed away and all that. Anyway, um, when the BP oil spill happened, we were down on the coast and it was washing in, and there was all of this Corexit that they're spraying on the ocean and all this other stuff. Okay. Where they drilled was like, there are so many wrongs to what them folks did, where they did it, how they did it, what went on. Anyway, now years later, I've always thought that the whole thing was a setup, okay? Where they did it, how they did it, the whole thing was a setup. What do I mean by that? Yes, they were looking for oil, but it was in a really weird, dangerous. They drilled on a crack, okay? Two cracks actually, one here and one like sort of like that. And it was really deep and it was just wacko. Somebody on a much higher level than our pay grades wanted to release something that was down there. And one of the things, and they did, they released a black goo type entity. Now, it's not the same black goo that they found at the Antarctic or someplace else. Different black goo. This particular BG that was under the Gulf of Mexico, really deep down in there, was, you're going to love this, was a captured alien, really nasty witch thing, entity. Lucifer's mother or daughter or something. I mean, really nasty. And that she was locked down there for a while and put into this stasis because for whatever reason, they didn't want to kill her or they couldn't kill her. So they transformed her and locked her in this prison way down in the earth. Everything was hunky-dory until they drilled in this certain specific spot, blew the thing out, blah, 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 all of that goo, all of that stuff, and they let her out. They let chaos out upon the earth. And recently, the Vatican spoke about it. Pope Francis, he ain't a pope, but actually made comments reflecting the being that was locked in the earth. I mean, like just a month or so ago, in like this sermon or something speech he was made, is we have to give service to her. Like, who is this they were talking about? With the information that I have been able to go back to over the years, back to the BP oil drill spill thing, they let this bitch out of her prison. Them folk on that higher stuff that have the money, have the power, and know that she was down there. Because of all the spots they could have drilled, why that spot? I wondered about that for years. And there was even some discussion because my friend Serge, he was a chemist. He was he cleaned up crap for a living. That was his job. And the fact that he died of cancer, he was over 70, but the idea was that, some of the things that he and I both handled, should have killed us years ago. But anyway, I am talking toxic to the nth degrees here. I mean, almost some of this stuff almost glowed in the dark. It was some nasty stuff, but that was his job. So, and he was good at it. Traveled the world. But anyway, so we discussed this back when it happened, that the oil had this different consistency. Okay. And that since then, and if we all want to go back to when that happened, there's been some really creepy, strange, odd, nasty stuff that's happened since then. And you say, well, Hawkeye, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, recently have had found out through different channels that it was discussed that there was an entity that was locked in there. But then for me, that little line of information, I was like, all the other things that I had seen, had talked about with other people, and my own, like my own little visions, dreams, whatever, I could sense there was something else that had gone on because of where and how and all that kind of stuff. And the fact that it blew up, they didn't have any backups. They didn't know that there was so much pressure. It was all really weird. But to the basic point of all of this is that, oh my God, since that incident, the world has kind of turned to shit. I mean, it just sort of like went up a notch. Now, can I prove any of this? No. But in the intelligence of the black goo, now Harold is recently resurfaced. Now, I haven't watched the interview yet, but I followed Harold for years. I mean, if he was in an interview or on a radio program, I tuned in because he had literally worked with this stuff, had contact with it, had done experiments with it. So if anybody knew about this shit, it's Harold, you know. And so I give him the benefit of the doubt and want to see when any updates or anything like that. What is interesting is that he went silent. Other people that worked with this black goo, BG, have all just the whole subject just went away. Folks just quit talking about it. Why? Well, supposedly this goo, the oil, has literally, and in talking about the quantum, you know, everything is connected and we're all, you know, in this together thingy. When it was released and then it came onto the ocean and it floated and did all of that was released into the air. And the oil that did float, they used this Corexit, which didn't dissipate the oil, it sunk the oil. So the oil wasn't laying on top anymore. They throw this Corexit with the airplanes and everything, and it made it more dense and it sunk down to a thermocline. It created its own thermocline in the ocean, and there was issues with fish and this and that. But this in the Gulf of Mexico, then it went out into the Atlantic and up the Gulf Stream. Guess where? Over to UK and over to Europe. So literally, this being who was let out was then let out literally upon the earth and was spread through the water. Her essence, the negativity, the nasty. And we all got to scratch our head and go, we knew there was a change somewhere, and we knew some stuff had really kind of ramped up, right? Is this true? My inner self says, yeah. I mean, I knew something was up before I knew that it was an entity that supposedly was captured and trapped there. Now, I find it just interesting. And is it true? Well, the black goo they found, I think it was down, I think they found it when Reagan was in office and they went down to, I'm trying to remember the little island or whatever off the coast of South America near Antarctic. They went in there, the students and all that, they went down there for the black goo. And, but it's not the same. The black goo that they recovered is a life force that has become a part of the earth and is ancient. And there are times when I think about, you know, Star Trek, for example. There was this one Star Trek where Riker and them, they went down to this planet, and there was this being that lived in a tar pit. He was the tar pit, literally. And he would come up and bubble, 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 and Riker got close and it sucked him in, and, you know. So it's like, which is interesting because I don't know if anybody that was doing the Star Trek series had anything to do with knowledge of the black goo. I haven't. I think black goo was discovered after the movie, the episode. However, Reagan and them, when they went down to them islands, um, it was before the episode was created. So, did they find the black goo and then the episode came? You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing: there, it was represented as this entity that was black goo. So, are they still showing us what's going on through the secrets in Star Trek episodes and so forth? It's an interesting possibility. Does it exist? Harold had video and stuff where the stuff actually moved, and his. If you haven't heard of him and haven't heard, go back. I think Kerry Cassidy, Project Camelot, and some other folks dig back a few years and listen and look for some of his earlier stuff because um, he was learning about it then. And now he's had all these years after that experience to be able to like cogitate on it. Would love to see what I'm going to watch this. I'm going to watch the video, but anyway, be interesting to see what Harold's discussion about this is now, if he will even discuss it. But here's the thing: we can all agree when I talk about this earlier on in this video, where we can all agree that some kind of evil, it feels like, has been loosed upon the earth. So whether or not that goo from the BP oil spill had anything to do with it, but you gotta stop and go, I don't know. Because this other exists, then the idea that the goo from the Gulf of Mexico tells me the possibility that that story is true just went up a bunch of notches. You know what I mean? This has been shown, this has been proven. Now somebody says, not talking about goo per se, but the Gulf of Mexico, that it was released and that, oh, oh, oh. See what I mean? Connecting some of these dots. We'll see where this goes, but here's the bottom line. And I know that I have felt we all have felt a really nasty change in the evilness part. And one could say that, why did they drill there? What did they do that for? Was that a part of their overall agenda, or was to release this entity? That this evilness that was so bad they couldn't kill it, but they had to contain it. And until some dimwad drilled in the Gulf of Mexico, everything was okay. You know what I mean? So Pandora's box of evil, without it being Pandora. So what does that mean in the overall reality of the universe? It means that there's quite possibly things that we really don't understand, and that people who have lived around the ocean or may have breathed in the toxicity of some of this stuff, and that we have all somehow, well, one way or another, have been affected by this release from the Gulf of Mexico. How? Well, but there are some people, we all know a few, that have gone just so wacko to the other side of whatever, that we just stop and just scratch our heads and go, who are these people? So what could have caused it? What made these people so freaking nasty eyed, let's kill all the Republicans kind of thing? Anybody who voted for Trump is a Republican? No. Okay, so that means you're going to kill a fellow Democrat. I used to be a Democrat, so what you're going to kill me too? Okay. But to the point though, did the evil get out and affect those folk? Now I know there are a lot of people who've been to the oceans and done this and that. My daughter's living down around Pensacola, but she got down there after the big stuff was gone. But to the point though, was it released? Has that caused the planet to like really get dark? Really emphasize this. Kill. Also, this entity is supposedly like brought the Black Plague, and when she was here and her, she was like total destruction. So, with that said, all of a sudden, the world is locked down. Is it this entity? Is it because of this entity? Did this entity create the situation? And whoever in the minds up and stuff, just saying, has made it even worse than it was or could have been. And so what is the driving force behind all of this? Could it be this black goo entity that was released? To me, it explains a lot. Like, why all of a sudden, why did people start? Why did, what was the catalyst? People seem to be, oops, all of a sudden, universe, our universe, our realities turned upside down. Could it be true? Let's just put it on the list of maybes. Like, not maybe the maybe should be probably instead of just maybe maybe probably. What to what degree of maybe? Maybe I'll get this right. Well, maybe you're gonna flunk too. But anyway, with that said, so anyway, I took my glasses off because I just wanted to chat. Maverick says, sounds like a symbiote like Venom. It's actually her. It's not the Venom, it's her. But anyway, from what I understand, Sarah, Holly, heck, you got that right. Feeling the change, seeing it too. Sucks monkey balls. You're right. Wait, freaking Jack Sparrow. What was her name? Calypso. Hey, Esty Montberg. Hey, peeps, how are you? So anyway, I'm gonna scroll back up a little bit and see what y'all were. Yeah, truth is way, way stranger than some of this fiction. From what I understand, this entity that was trapped down there, what makes the idea of Satan, Lucifer, like a punk kid in kindergarten, I mean, like a punk kid in kindergarten. If Teresa, it was not synthetic, it was organic. It still is organic, but yes, agreed. If we're talking about the same thing. Yeah, Michelle, he's an expert. There were some other people back in the day when it first got discovered that they have just like disappeared. Yeah, Sarah, I agree. It would be cool to hang out. If y'all are ever in South Georgia, I got plenty of space. Teresa, as if we don't have enough issues in 2020, now we got to screw around with ancient black glue Yeah, out of the X-Files. Yep. But see, they started this before. It's been going on. That's one of the interesting thing. Yeah, Harold Katzville. I'm still going back up. Horizontal listening. Yep. Waiting for the null lull. You guys come up with some of the weirdest shit. I swear. I love it. um, yeah. Now here's the thing. I don't know if the recent thing with Harold, but what was described by those who say that she was released, and I can't remember the entity's name. I'll see if I can find that out. But it was sort of on my mind here recently, and I was like, I haven't talked about this. And they were like, you should. What's a good, I don't know. So I'm talking about it. But the black goo that Harold and them found is the only thing that is similar is that it's a goo, you know, that's it. As far as them being the same or parallel or whatever. Now, Harold's goo was of a different consistency and a different, but the entity that was in the Gulf, it was put there on purpose because this entity was like the nastiest ever, you know. So, but anyway, um, you invented the no lull for Teresa. um, it's not like Venom. It really isn't. Or are you talking about a movie? Anyway, Lilith? Nah, I'm not sure. But anyway, um, but the goo is the entity. It's not a venom from an entity. Okay, the goo is the entity. So people say, "Well, you're going to get that." That this is what the entity's giving off. Nah, this is the entity. Now, I'm not talking about Harold's goo. Okay, I'm talking about but anyway, just just to be able to just put it in its own context, the goo was or is the entity. That's you know. Now it may be that they put her into a goo situation, to contain her. Not quite sure how that went about, but apparently it was done quite a while back. But that this entity is like Black Plague and just, lots of death and destruction. And that, in over time, and the good guys got a hold of her and said, "We got you this time. We can't kill you." And it's sort of against, I think that the nastiness of this entity, the energy that it would have required to kill it, would have just been like, so they said, no, we're just going to put you in this prison that nobody should be able to get to, da, 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 but anyway, but what I find most is information that I have like stored in the back of my head, like, we're going to put this in the we're not quite sure what this is category, and then 8 or 10 years later, you find out other information and you go, oh shit. Oh wow. So, but anyway, and I'm sure there are other dots in there, but when I found out that the entity was there, because there are a bunch of us that had a really bad feeling about that whole situation. It was just wrong. Somebody planned that shit. They planned on it to get blowed up. They planned, somebody went there with the intent of letting this thing out. They did. So How are the good guys going to get it? What are they going to do? Where are they going to put it? You know what I mean? But here's the deal. It's loose. So yeah, Teresa, in your your no lull reclining. Uh, yep. But here's the thing, though. I find it comforting. What? Yeah, I find it comforting. Do I like it? No, but I find it comforting that when a lot of us saw this turn of events, I can look back and go, that might have been the catalyst. That might have been this big change we all saw. That might have, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, it's nice to know you go, well, so that's what derailed the train all them years ago. That's what put people into a funky funk. You know. So people have eaten fish and stuff and crawdads and shrimps out of the Gulf of Mexico during that time and, oysters or whatever. And so any of those little particles, you're literally eating her. You know what I mean? I quit eating seafood a lot for a while. And it was only recently that I was like, well, there's a shrimp dish that I make that is just like, oh man, it's sort of like spaghetti, but with shrimp and um, scallops, shrimp and scallops. Oh, yummy, yummy. I'm going to go to the store and get me some shrimpies just because it sounds so good and it tastes really good too, the way I make it. Anyway, um, so there are times when I look at the universe and I'm like, for me, it was always like, wow, I wonder why this happened and what were the circumstances. And now over the years, I've realized sometimes you just have to accept that things happen and that, if you wait long enough, the answers will come. Well, the incident around the Gulf spill, a lot of stuff just got tabled, and then they conveniently got unwrapped about 6 weeks ago. And I've been pondering it here, like, asking the higher self, okay, what does this mean? How is this connected? Well, I know that there was a difference between this goo and that goo because I sort of knew it already. And then, and then it came up. I think it came up with Drake Bailey or somebody that, yes, this other goo, and it would have been changed. And so there have been other folks who have talked about the Gulf and the fact that something was in it, in the oil, or that the entity was the oil, but you get what I mean. The biggest thing is it's out. That's it. Where's it at and what's it doing? It's out. So from what I understand, it's sort of like if you know there's a dragon in the cave before you go in the cave, you're going to take a sword with you, you're going to take a lance and you're going to take John, Paul, and Peter along with you too. Lance, he can stand in the back, but the idea, that if you know that there's a dragon in the cave, you're going to be careful. So if we know that the dragon's been let out, we're going to be aware of the dragon. It's not that we necessarily should be afraid of the dragon per se, but whoops, there's the dragon. Some bitch. Where's he at? Not sure. But we just need to keep an eye out. You know what I mean? So to me, that's one of them things is like, what are we going to do with that information? What the fuck can I do with that information? And I realize nothing. So I could get all freaky deaky and go, holy crap, there's this goo out there that's affecting us. Right. Well, okay, let's just put it like this. I'm aware now that there are other evil entities too, but I am aware that it's very possible this entity does exist for many different reasons. And that my awareness of this, do I talk about the thing that should not be named? No, but I know it exists. Um, for example, in Arkansas, Hot Springs, it's really crazy. People say, well, there's no volcanoes around, Arkansas. Where do you think the hot springs come from? Duh. Crater of Diamonds State Park, they usually happen around, just saying. So, but here's the thing, people are aware of Hot Springs, Arkansas, but they're not aware of the fact that it's coming from a fucking volcano. You know what I mean? So when you understand, I didn't get a chance to go in the hot springs, but I went through hot springs years ago. Anyway, so I was like, hot springs, hot springs, When I was out on the West Coast, there were hot springs out there, and they were saying, "Ooh, you should go to visit these." In fact, me and my brother tried to find this one set of hot springs on Oregon when we were there. Couldn't find it. Was probably like looking at it. We were right in the neighborhood, but anyway. But the awareness that it's there. So hot springs, hot water, curative, good for you. But we're not going to talk about the volcano. Okay. Same difference, reversed. We know that something got out. We know that it did a lot of damage to the earth. We know that, it was a weird spot. We know all these things for sure. So how much of a leap is it to say but it was what came out was evil? To me, not much of a stretch with all this other stuff going on. So, oh, by the way, and it's been clear here these last couple of nights, and my UFO showed up a couple of nights ago. It wasn't there earlier tonight, but the UFO has showed back up. Same position south of me, and from what I understand, is over the ocean in the panhandle of Florida. Is my and all my research and where's that sumbitch and what's below it. It's over water. Don't know what it is still, but anyway, Pink Floyd album, yeah. Um, it in the End Time Dragon. Yes, life is surreal, and when you go exploring, um, in the psychedelic realm. I mean, for example, we were talking about it the other day on Mother Nature's channel about what Oregon has like decriminalized all the drugs, everything, mushrooms, the whole nine yards. So there are people who are like, woo, psilocybin. Now, I used to be able to pick them locally around here. I used to be like the mushroom king back in the day, and I'm not lying, but I have tripped over 500 times in my lifetime. I'm not joking, not trying to make it. It's probably more than that. You know, I used to have 100 hits of acid in my wallet. I used to carry them around, hand them out to people, eat them. I lost count. And that's not counting the pounds of mushrooms and the tea. The best way to do mushrooms, though, is we found was to, again, only pick the tops, leave the stem, don't pull it loose from the cow manure. It will make more mushrooms because the fungus that's there, they will pop out of that fungus underneath. Yes, I know a bit about them. But that we would take them and in the wintertime, it was easy. But put it between two pieces of, and put it in a paper towel. You got 10 mushrooms. Put a paper towel, fold it over, and put it in the window of your car, your truck, or something on the dash. Couple hours, go back in, and literally, if it's hot enough, it will turn them into crunklies. So you can take the mushrooms then and put them over a bowl or something, and literally turn it into a powder. And then from that, we would put it in a bag or a container and put it in the freezer so it wouldn't mold or anything. But if you wanted a dose, you just took out your little baggie with this powder in it, psilocybin powder, and dip in there with a spoon and get you some. Okay. And And if you did your dose wasn't good enough, you went back to the bag and you got your little bit more. And anyway, but we found that that was the best way was to dry them and literally turn them into a powder because then you could mix them into tea. And one of my favorites was to take a teaspoon of it with some hot tea and some honey and, whatever flavored tea you liked and mix it in there and chug that down. Yummy, yummy, and then whatever the honey did that mixed in with it, it was like in your bloodstream in like minutes. You were like high right away, and a good clean high too. But anyway, but now it's decriminalized in Oregon, and folks are really wanting to go and do their mushroom trip thing. Okay, go there, but be careful. Have somebody with you. If you've never done this, tripping thing before, get a guide. Don't be so foolish as you're going to do this on your own. Get a guide. Get somebody who will be straight while you go tripping, but somebody who knows what tripping means. There was some folks. Well, we got one, sort of like a designated driver. Yeah, but did the driver know how to, use the clutch and the stick shift? Well, no, he was, only grew up with automatic. So you give the designated driver, put him in a car with a 5-speed who's never driven one. And everybody else is in the car going, what the so you got to pick a driver with a little bit of experience. I thought this was automatic. Nah, you got it. What's this other pedal for? It's the clutch. What do you want me to hold? I got a purse, but I left my clutch at the house. Zing. Anyway, so oh my God, I hit the 3-hour mark. All right. So this last 30 minutes has just sort of been some not necessarily bullshit, but interesting stuff. I might not put it the beginning of and put a topic on it because the topic is such that it'll get it'll especially with topics and things going on right now. Anybody that knows who Harold Casvella is, they don't need it. They already know he's the black goo guy, right? So I can't put that in a title, black goo, blah blah blah. That's not going to work because Bob's cousin's watching the internet, and I don't want to get it flagged. Not by I don't want it to be flagged by cousin Bob. We love you, Bob. We do. But anyway, I think the cards were very interesting tonight. As I'm learning more and more and more and more and more, man, them cards will tell you. So, here I was holding these cards and I was showing you, nothing in here. And I had all these little feelers and the deck was open and it's like, it wasn't just one or two, it was 5 of them, but they all related. And Crow, oh my God, natural law, right? And we know if this evil entity is out and loose, then that entity is against Crow's law. So how do we fix these things? How do we look to the future to fix them? I guess we ask for crow medicine. We take mouse and understand that we should scrutinize things, and we should have the stamina of elk to be able to pace ourselves through these hard times. Because here's the thing. I try to stay out of the hard times stuff, and say it's going to be bumpy. It's going to, when actually some of the things that I've seen, it's going to be for shit. It's going to be nasty. It's going to be, all right. But see, if I say that all the time, then I'm going to absent-mindedly manifest that which I'm trying to avoid. So we know it's there. And we, as the observer, we look at it and go, yeah, some crap over there. But I know there's a dragon in the cave. But I'm going to take my sword, I know the dragon's in there, so I'm gonna be careful. I'm gonna sneak in. I'm gonna use my cloak of invisibility. I'm gonna I'm gonna take the dragon some popcorn. It's like because if it gets heated, we can have a snack. But so how we look at what has transpired, whatever the evil, whatever the entity, whatever the situation, we know it's there. Uh huh. I'm aware. Well, there's this evil. Yeah, I got you. There's this evil. Yeah. Not, I'm gonna quit talking about all the evil, but it's there. We know it. But so, how did it get here? What are the levels? Well, so this little bit of this conversation about the weird goo from the Gulf of Mexico is this is a potential explanation that we damn sure ought to consider because there's so much weirdness in this universe. And should we fear it? No. But I know the dragon is in that cave. Am I afraid of the dragon? I'm gonna respect him or her or it. So, and I'm not gonna go in there and go dragon like rabbit and say eat me. No, I know the dragon's there, so I'm not gonna go poke it in the eye. I'm gonna be aware, and so it's not about fear. It's about being cautious. It's about having stamina to understand that all I got to do is outpace him. I don't, and that mountain lion's chasing him down, but mountain lion runs out of energy. You've seen him before, where the lions and tigers and bears, oh my, are chasing an antelope on the open plain, and they're running like hell, and all of a sudden the gazelle's still going, and the lion says, "Ah, screw this," and they run out of energy, can't keep up for short spurts like the cheetah and then the jaguar, really fast, but they don't last a long time in that. But the elk and the deer and the antelope, where the antelope play, um, they've got the stamina. Not necessarily. Well, I have seen antelope. Um, yeah, my antelope when she was a kid. Never mind. Um, there are things to consider, and when we understand it, when we have our 5 minutes of being pissed off, mind you, we say to ourselves, "Okay, that's um, we're going." If somebody says, "Hey, I got this great foreign car for you," oh, what is it? It's a Yugo. Anybody remember Yugos back in the day? So you go, wait a minute now, hang on, but wait, a Yugo? Oh, but ain't you got a Ford or a Chevy or an old Rambler laying around somewhere? How about a Fiat or a Daewoo or a Yugo? Just saying. So, but we know they exist. We know those cars were there, and we know that things could happen. Pintos would blow up and blah blah. Anyway, so once you learned, well, that could happen. People were aware of the situation, and it wasn't a frightening thing. I had a friend of mine that had a Pinto, and it was like, "So I blow up. What the hell?" I was like, "Okay." Anyway, um, the message right now is, you see, that's one of the powers. By our understanding, the more we understand of the universe, what do you attain out of this? Well, do I have this magical power where I can create this ball of plasma with my hands? I'm working on it, but it ain't about that. But by understanding more of the universe and not necessarily our particular place, because that seems to be morphing, um, that I understand where my spiritual part is, and I understand that this life is to live, and it's for the experience, and it's for the. I'm here as an emissary and a communicator. Okay, I got that. So be true and be humble and follow the natural law, follow that law of one to do no harm, and it's like we do the best we can. But in that, we are fulfilling our destiny without doing anything special, because I can't take none of this shit with me when I go except my memories, my experiences, and what my heart has learned and my soul and spirit has picked up in this lifetime. And when I get to the other side, I get to look at it and go, oh crap, I really was a medieval knight. No, I wasn't in Camelot and I wasn't King Arthur, but I was in some, I used to wear armor and I had a sword, you know. I swore I had a sword, you know. So the idea though that the understanding, it's a complex situation, but it's really simple. Why are we here? To experience life. Now, we do the best we can to choose that which. But if we follow the natural law and stay away from greed, when it's you like turkey, you give without asking for anything in return. It is to give without a, anticipation of receiving anything. It's a wonderful feeling. And when you reach that certain point, you just look back and go, holy crap, I used to be like that. I thought I was doing okay. Oh, there is, it's a, I thought I'd always given without the intention of having anything to come back, right? But then I realized, now this has been quite a few years ago, but I realized that secretly I was giving for, well, I'm paying it forward. Why? Well, I might need something in the future. Yeah, that's a good idea, but see, you're paying it forward with the anticipation that something would come back on you. Now, it just so happens that a lot of time it does. That's not the point. But I'm paying this forward, meaning you think you're going to get something back at some time. You see, it's not quite there because it's the words that alter that. Well, but I'm giving without any anticipation. Then why are you paying it? What's this pay it forward mean? Gotcha. See, you know who started that, right? Oprah, right? Pay it forward, right? Way back in the day. Pay it forward, pay it forward. But if you pay it forward, then you see what I mean? You're expecting to get a ticket later on. You We know what we mean by that. By saying paying it forward, there is that little bit of something's going to come back. Catchy. They're sneaky bastards, ain't they? Did they set this pay it forward up to like nab us with the fine print? Because are we actually paying it forward, or are we just giving? Period, without any any thought of reception. And well, we're going to pay it forward. No, we're just going to do it because it's right. But I'm paying it. I get you. Pay it for. But you see, there's a quandary right there in paying it forward. Now, for me, I don't expect anything. But I have learned that by doing these things and giving without anticipation, that it may be 2 or 3 years, but there things do have a tendency to come back. But I don't, I was like, well, I'm going to pay this forward with hopefully that my karma would be better. And, if I got into a sticky situation, somebody would come along and help me with my flat tire. But then I realized that, wait, there is that tiny little bit of what? Paying it forward assumes you might give something back in the future. Trick. Now, did the Satanists come up with it? Did the Luciferians? Did the people who are trying to mess with our spirituality? They did they put that in there on purpose? You got to wonder. You got to wonder because everybody went on board with it so quick. But then everybody's like, "Well, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to get something in return in the future." Dun, dee, dee, dee. No, so people were brainwashed into that is the correct way to do it. Not if you assume. Boy, that was some loud bumping in the ground. Something scratching. Interesting. There's some weird stuff been going on around here, spirit wise and stuff. But been some weird stuff. Dogs looking at things that just, I know he can see stuff. But he'll be like sitting with me on the couch over there, and he'll be looking up the stairs, and um, several of us. I'm sure. I think the video is still out there. Um, that orbs that appeared while I was doing the video that just went across the screen, and a couple of videos anyway. But I had motion sensor lights upstairs and down here because with my bad leg and everything, when I was living upstairs, at nighttime, and if I needed to come down, I would walk towards the top of the stairs and the light would come on. Then I could walk down the stairs about halfway and this other light would pick up and I could see the bottom of the stairs and the lights didn't have to stay on all the time, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I'd be sitting here, downstairs and the light would come on and ain't nobody in the house but me. Well, the one at the top of the stairs would come on and you'd go, okay. Well, then a couple of seconds later, the one at the bottom of the stairs would come on. There's nobody in the house. So what's setting off these motion detectors? And I did all kinds of experiments. My friend of mine, Tim, was living here at the time, and he's like, fuck, Dave, there's something on the stairs and I can't see it. And I was like, yep. Well, aren't you freaked out? And I was like, I started to get freaked out. I could sense there was something, here walking through the house or in the yard or something. But then when I put up those motion lights and they literally would come on and go off, and I would go, whoa, okay. So, yeah. And here's the interesting thing, this was a wheat field when I built this house. There was nothing on this property. There was no house here. There was no upstairs. You know what I mean? So whatever's walking around in my house, I think sometimes they're just freaking bored. And they're just nosy looking around, But anyway, my friends, it's been over, I'm pushing 3:30. And Michelle, you ought to be loving that. Let's do 4 hours. Yeah, okay. Maverick, paying forward was without an expectation. It's a movie. um, yeah, if you're of value to yourself, then you automatically are of value to other people. Ed says, shoveled my sidewalk 3 times a day. Oh, holy crap. That's why it won't move up to Ohio. uh, yeah, I think it's a good idea about the pay it forward, but if you really analyze it, there's that caveat. So, in the true nature of the shaman, the true nature of Turkey and that medicine, it's just to give. That's it, you know. Which sometimes is hard because I'm going to do this now. Man, there are times I know that I've changed my pay it forward outlook because might expect something in the future to come back. Okay. What I've done was my paying it forward was attached to the person or persons that I was trying to help pay it forward to. In other words, that I would, if I talked about a black man that asked me for $2, right? And I need $1.75, mister. And I was like, here's $2. But to that point, he was like, well, if I ever, and I said, so you do someone a favor at some time. That's what I want back. So I don't even want it. I'm handing this off to you. So you're going to do something for somebody else. I don't expect anything. So your job, I'm giving something to you, then you give it to somebody else, and that somebody else without expecting anything to come back at all. So my paying it forward is like, all right, I'm giving this to you. Now you do something nice. And that person will say, and you tell the person that you do that they pass that along. So that paying it forward literally does go forward without any kind of, you know, coming back. But people have a difference of opinion on it. But I know that I changed my viewpoint on the paying it forward was by the paying it forward was for the person I was helping for them to push it forward. Anyway, was that the intent of Oprah and all them? I can't remember. But I know that that's where my heart is and has been. But there was a change years ago. I felt it, saw it, and experienced it and went, crap. There was such, it was that paying it forward, and then there was paying it forward that the next person, you know what I mean? It was the extension of that paying it forward. So anyway, I felt the change, and after the change, it was so minute in the grand scheme of things. It wasn't like a hyper jump, but that little difference in my thought process turned out to be a huge difference. Yeah, huge. A huge difference for me in the long run because I understood the quantum mechanics on a totally different level. And I was like, oh crap. I was so close, but not quite, you know? And through no fault of my own, you know, I thought I was doing it. But then when I did that little self realization, I was like, you know, there's a little part of me that's expecting something back. And I had to be honest and go, oops, I see what that, it was just a little bit, but now I don't have it at all. You know, when I just do something, I just do it, you know, that's that. So anyway, Maverick, the forward was so that others would follow suit and give help to another. Yeah, and I can't remember exactly, Maverick, but in my own heart, I realized that there was this, yeah, if I do this, good things will come back on me. You know, it was really tiny for me, but it was a big deal spiritually. And it opened itself up to, oh, I was given that. Ooh, but I think there was a part of me that was expecting something. Oh, you know, but not really. I didn't like, oh, but there was that part of you that was sort of like, obfuscation. What you loving big time? That kid from August Rush. Was that the one that was playing the music and his mother and dad are split and then they all got together or something? That was a good movie, if I got the right one. I'm trying to scroll this thing. Sometimes this puppy just will not work. I don't know what's up with it. The scroll thingy. We'll get into 7 hours yet. Look, one of these days when it during the holidays, you know, when it's cold and I got the heater going, we'll do an all, you know, for those of you who want to do an all nighter, I'll make a big pot of coffee. We'll put on some stew, put on some tunes, and we'll make it we'll make it 7 hours. I'll make it all night long, just for the hell of it. I'll turn on the camera and point it at the moon or something. You can watch Duggar sleep. Oh, speaking of that, there was something, um, some YouTube or something anyway. And I remember back, oh, I can't think of his name now. He was a pop icon, the white hair and the scraggly kid, and he did the pictures of the soup cans and all. Um, Man, I'm having issues with, but anyway, he did a movie of like somebody sleeping for like hours. I mean, like hours. And the movie was just this person sleeping. And so people went in to watch a movie of a person sleeping. And I was like, what? However, there seem to be some people who are doing like a YouTube video and they go, they just turn on the camera and they go to sleep. And it's like, you get to watch them sleep. But it's not a new idea. But, I can't believe that people actually paid money to go in and watch and sleep. Hey, Fox, how are you? That you're still here. I'm trying to remember that artist's name for whatever reason. Anyway, not that it really mattered, but they came up with some really weird stuff. But with butt cramps, and I did quite a bit of work outside today, and my lower back is screaming at me. I have got to get up and walk around, and I could turn the camera on Duggar. You could watch him sleep. He got up earlier and like looked around. I was like, oh, he's still over there on that damn computer. Oh man, there was something else I wanted to blurt out at the. Oh well, whatever the blurting was. Oh, let me give a 10 cent on Earth Wobble update. Since I'm like going through different things, cup we've had quite a few nights of cloudiness, so it's been difficult to look at the planets and position them. But I guess it was about a week ago that we had a cloud break, and I go outside and I use the eave of my house as I stand there and look up, and I put myself in that position, and I'm looking at where the stars are in left or right in relationship to the eave of my house. So, I'm looking at the same spot and I'm going, okay, Mars is this far away from the edge of the house, looking up at night. And so then I went out and about a week ago, I guess, roughly, Mars was like two hand widths away from the house. Where before, and I mean like 2 days earlier, got cloudy, and I was like, ooh, look, Mars is like right overhead. Then as soon as it cleared up a couple of nights later, Mars was way over here. And I was like, what? Because things have been fairly stable. Otherwise, I'd be making videos about it not being stable. So, and it went way out of whack. Then it got cloudy. So it went out last night before. I'll go out again to check where Mars is. But in looking straight up, it was a lot closer to the house again. So I'm always careful to stand in the same place. It's right at the back door for certain things, where other things I have to go out in the yard, but I have to go to the same spot. You always have to go to the same observation spot, otherwise, it's invalid. And I made that mistake myself, going, "Ooh, it's moved. Nah, move, come back over here. Stand in the same place every time you do the observation. You just have to." But anyway, I also noticed that Jupiter and Saturn are, and the moon tonight was real low in the southwest. I mean, real low. It's the kind of low you expect in December when the sun is, at its lowest and the moon's at its lowest, well, supposedly. So I was like amazed that it was that low in the sky. I mean, I had to like go to the other side of the shed to look, and normally I can see it from the back of the house. So is the earth wobbling? Yes, it is. And there's been some earthquakes in some strange places, but a lot of other activity. And we have been getting some strange energies that have showed up in the Schumann residence. But a couple of nights ago, one of these Galactic Federation channels that I have subscribed to, they were talking about all love and light and how we are getting energies from the galactic center. And that, here's the thing that got me. And it's the kind of thing that it's like, what you talking about, Willis? This in this dissertation the other night, this energy has come from the central sun, and it is a new energy and has been shed out, and that it's just happened and it's just reaching us. Now I'm like, whoa, hang on, whoa, back that bus up. The center of the galaxy, our Milky Way, right, has just shot out a beam of light, and it's reaching us now. But it's just happened. Whoa, 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 wait. There are certain energies from the sun, and it's a hell of a lot closer than the center of the galaxy. It will take days to get to us, or at least hours. So these, I want to say maroons, uh, maybe they're macaroons, with a little coconut nut in them. That this energy from the center of the galaxy has, popped off, flashed, and is entering us now. And there are two more waves coming, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, the statement that it just happened and is now reaching us, nothing freaking travels that fast. Not in the sense that they're talking about. And if it's supposedly for us here in this solar system, then how come it's coming from the central galaxy and it's only affecting our solar system? Shouldn't this affect the whole freaking universe? I mean, of the Milky Way? So there were, in listening to this, I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now I know that we can have thought and that it's not bound by any time, space, or any kind of constraints. You can have the thought and somebody else pick it up instantaneously from a long way away. So could this, but it was the way it was being explained. This bright light is coming from the center of and it's here, and we got some more, and like, it made me, it was that thing that didn't resonate that made me go, what? Yeah, the Egyptians, they had millions of slaves to move them things. They didn't have any, no giants helped them build the pyramids, no special, tools or anything. No, just a bunch of slaves and ropes and shit, and, 20 years, come on. So there was just something that just didn't sit right with how they were explaining this. And it got to the point where they were saying the same things, much like I do, saying the same things over, but with a different spin. And I was like, but you just told me that a second ago. And you just, wait a minute. And I got to the point after 5 or 6 or 10, it wasn't long. I couldn't listen anymore. I was like, okay, that's that. And then I was left with, I used to get like inspiration from listening to some of this stuff. And this last time through, now I don't know whether or not my spirit is being snobbish, but it was like, got that, understood that, got that. I get that too. Yeah, okay. So they didn't tell me anything new. It was like, ooh, but we've got these waves of energy and they're hitting us now. Y'all told us that shit a year ago. Y'all told us some of that shit 2 years ago. Some of y'all have been telling us that we've been getting hit by these waves right along. Well, I've been talking about it because it shows up in the Schumann. So yes, we have been getting hit with cosmic energies, but but this is the event. This is the one that's going to change us all. This year, the next two energy waves coming in, we're all going to ascend, skipping fourth dimension, mind you, and we're all going straight on to the fifth. We can't skip a grade. Oh, but we are. Oh, but this is going to push us into. I want to go to fourth grade, please. I think might be stuff that we could learn there. Like learn how to shapeshift, learn how to pass through solid objects, learn how to be, just saying. So this idea, though, that some of these channels, and I used to be right there with them. And now I listen and I try to pay attention and I go, wow, this does not resonate with me anymore at hardly at all. Like 5%, maybe 10, and the rest of us just garble. And I seriously sat down afterwards and went, am I being a snob? Seriously, am I being a snob? Because they have promised this shit for years now. Hadn't happened. They all these things and these energies and so forth, and it just seems like, wait, you just keep repeating yourself. Now, I talk about the energy waves, but I ain't telling you that this is the event. I'm saying we're getting this stuff. It's true. It's showing up on the instruments. Now, what it's going to do to us, I don't think anybody really knows, but we're here. Okay. But these folks are telling us, oh, we're all going to go to the fifth dimension once we get, there's two more waves. Now, you all said that 2 or 3 waves ago. So am I supposed to listen to you people anymore? Should I pay attention? Are there hidden messages? That was the biggest thing I listened was because I wanted to see if there was any, quote, hidden intel in there. And the, quote, hidden intel that I got was, these people are repeating themselves. 2 years ago, they said the same shit. The event is coming soon. And these energy waves, they're gonna come over us, and we're all gonna be changed. We're still here. What's changed is this evil bitch that got let out from the Gulf of Mexico is wreaking havoc upon certain people on this planet. And what we need to do is understand that, she is that entity we shall not name, but we know she exists and we know not specifically where she's at, but right now she's paying, she's paying us back for something we actually didn't do, but we're guilty because we're on the planet now. So I'm expecting some more interesting things to come up. Now, this is not any particular, this is my intel, okay? That there's going to be some more ET stuff that's going to, some more good videos, some more good sightings, if you will. And, between now and the first of the year, because there's all this other stuff going on, the bad guys are going to try to just confuse this even more. and alien invasion and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, we need to keep our eyes to the skies. Now, I know there are good ETs out there. I think we all do. It's like I was watching an old episode of Gunsmoke, okay, and that it was made back in the day. The period piece was that all Indians are savages, and Chester Good. I didn't know his last name. And anyway, Chester Good. Um, Chester was helping out this on this farm and saw an Indian, didn't know it was a friend of the people there, and shot the Indian in the arm, right? So then the girl says, "You're the one that shot him. He was my friend. And now you have to take care of him." And he was like, "But he's an Indian." And she was like, "I don't care. You shot him and he wasn't doing anything wrong. And so it's your responsibility now to take care of him until he gets better." So he went from not necessarily hating Indians, but the first thing he did when he saw the Indian was shoot him. So through this episode, and I was like, God bless him. He was like, he learned that not all Indians are, quote, savages. Not all Indians wanted to slit his throat or take his scalp. Not all, and the Indian learned that not all white men are bad. So when we understand that and despite our cultures, there's a lot of lessons to be learned in that spiritually, mentally, physically, so many higher planes of existence, if you will. But with that said, though, so we have to understand that, just because we can't communicate or just because they don't understand our language or we don't understand theirs doesn't mean that we don't have anything in common. You know what I mean? So, but then there are those who could speak to us in our own tongue and still lie like hell to us. So those are the ones, um, those are the ones, Chesterfield used to smoke them all the time. Maverick says, I had a weird alien dream about a year ago. Yeah, I think I'm about a year ago, I was having some really crazy crap too. ST says, I have noticed it too. I have dreamed about an event when in a sudden I was lifted up because of gravity, lost my grounding like the earth and went down in a fast mode. Yeah, ST, sometimes we dream these weird things too. In Canada, we called couches Chesterfields. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like a sofa, eh? Let's see. I'm missing. I wonder if there would be a time for us to. A foot of snow in 5 hours. Ed, if you're still here, I was in Toronto years ago, and being a Southern boy at the time, um, this thing went back way back up too far. Fox says, I was wondering if there would be a time for us to call you and converse with you on the stream like Google Hangouts or something. Fox, I'm working on it. A part of my brain was destroyed years ago due to severe head concussions. And medicines they gave me. And I used to be a whiz with the computer. I did 3D AutoCAD, for a tier one, automotive company. And now I have trouble finding a file, but I'm still learning how to bring those things back in. And with this new StreamYard thing, I'm going to try to um, I was on Discord before, and for some reason I got confused about that. Now, were you talking about me, David, or David Castle? Just saying. Um, oh, Dave Barry. Okay, somebody else. Anyway, but yes, I would like to try to have a share stream thing and have y'all come on and just do an sort of an open night. Esty says, I know we are not alone in this. That's absolutely true. You're welcome, Michelle. They were talking about you, Hawkeye. Well, I'm trying to catch up and, trying to pay attention. And then, me, I can't look because then I forget what the hell I was talking about. But anyway, look, I really do have to go. And it's almost 4 hours. I will do it again, Michelle, just for you and Maverick and all y'all crazy folks out there. I love you dearly. I do. And I was talking with a friend of mine the other day, and I mentioned to him, he says, "So what are you doing? Do you travel around anymore?" And I was like, "No." But I said, "I am known around the world." And he was like, "What?" And, me being that crazy person, that hippie, taking drugs all the time. And, my mantra was every day is a holiday. And, I wasn't necessarily worried about anybody else or spiritual paths or anything. I was just like humming along every day, blue to do to do. And, so folks who knew me way back when and folks who know me now don't look at me as that spiritual somebody who's learned something, been through all this stuff. They go, "Well, yeah, that's interesting." So I was talking about, I said, "Well, I'm doing YouTube and, and I'm talking about spiritual stuff." And he goes, "What? You?" And I was like, "Yeah." I said, "I talk about spiritualism versus religion." And, well, that's a good thing, So he was agreeing with me, but there was, I could see his face in my mind's eye, and he was like astounded. "You're talking about what?" I was like, "Yeah, um, and I was like, and I'm so proud that I have, over 450 subscribers." And he was like, "Really?" To me, that's a big number because, I was expecting 50, and y'all have made this a lot better. So, in with that said, though, it's like I have to put it out there without any expectations of who's going to subscribe, who's going to share. I never ask you to share a video, rarely, or to, but I just feel if somebody is inclined, they'll subscribe. If somebody's so inclined, they'll share it. It's up to you all. But I can't mandate it. Well, there were those couple of times when I said, "Please share this," but there are those times, but they're very infrequent. Katniss, how are you? Maverick says, "Thanks so much. I was more joking by, you will stay so long as you keep talking." Right. I'm going to go, and it's been another 30 minutes, Yes, welcome aboard, Katniss. And Deanna G. Wow, love you from UK. Absolutely. I have dear friends of mine. Uh, one of the gentlemen passed away, but they were from the UK and used to sit around and talk, and they just total different, point of view in America and this and that and the petition and poor Victoria. She was so British, you know. Oh, this tea and crumpets and I loved her. I did. But there was some things that it was like she just did not understand about America. And for those of us who, we've watched British television over the years, we only kind of get an inkling, of what that means. And what I look at, uh, now, I mean, from people that I have physically known that was from the UK, know some folks from Australia too, and Germany and Poland and Russia, and I've known quite a few people from different places over the years. But anyway, I find it akin to Southerners and the rest of the rest of the United States. And like, unless and there was a lady that I was chatting with the other day, and she lived for quite a few years in a, a county north of Hillsborough County, Tampa, kind of thing. And her idea of Southerns and the South was from this Florida standpoint. And I kept trying to say, but listen, South Georgia is not Florida. I mean, you cross the line and go into Lake City, it ain't Florida. I mean, I'm sorry, it's not Georgia. And them folks that live in Lake City, although they're close to the state line, they're not Southerners in the true sense of Georgia and the history. Folks, well, but they're close. No, they're not. They might be close in miles. And literally, you say, but it's only 30 miles. Yeah, but in that 30 miles, there's a lot of history and there's a lot of something that them folks in Florida, good folks, don't get me wrong, but they're not Southern Georgia folks. And Florida wasn't a state back in the day, just saying. So when you think about the deep South, you don't think of Lake City or places in Florida. The deep South was where I'm living, and the deep South was below Macon. Well, I live up around Macon, so I know what Georgia's like. No, you don't. No, you don't. I've done puppet shows and stuff up around Macon. It is not the same. It is not the same as North Georgia. And well, I lived here and I lived there, but that ain't you lived in. No, you didn't. You didn't. Well, I lived in this community. How many? Well, 125,000 people. Not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a 25,000 people in the county, Georgia Southerners who still have these silent, they're not secret. It's just this silent knowing that they're a Southerner. And they don't have to go out and try to prove it to anybody. But other people, well, but I know what the South is like, and they describe it in these ways, and I go, not here. Well, yeah, I know all about the South. No, you don't. You've lived in one area. You've got this one point of view. It's not Georgia, but it's the South. No, I'm sorry. You go down to, Apalachicola. It's not far from here, a couple hours drive. They're not the same people that are up here in Georgia. I'm sorry. I used to travel with the carnival, and it was amazing from one town to another. And sometimes it's only 50, 60 miles. The attitude of people and stuff, they're still in the South. It ain't the South. But this person, like, they knew exactly what the South was like. But from my opinion, having lived here, been in these communities doing puppet shows and carnivals and all these other different things for all of most of my adult life now, since I've lived in Georgia, nowhere near this person's perspective. But I was wrong and they were right because, that's how they were. And I shut up. But my comment was, you really haven't lived in the South then. And I left it at that because I realized I wasn't going to win that argument. But my closing statement was, you still haven't really experienced the South. Just saying. But I lived in Macon, not the same. But I lived in, sorry, not the same. I love you, but sorry, not the same. So, but anyway, um, I was thinking about a hootenanny kind of thing, maybe over the 4th of July. Oh, yeah, maybe Thanksgiving might be the 4th of July. Um, that there are a lot of people that might be home and whatever, and chances are that I won't be going anywhere either. So several of my friends, sort of family kind of thing, um, they're they're not going to be able to participate, and so I'm probably just going to be me and Duggar. So maybe for Thanksgiving that we do a marathon. We do a turkey day. You know, um, and we can all Halloween just for the hell of it. So, Deanna G, good to see you from UK. Um, if you're still there, I know there are a lot of us over here that are praying for you folk over there with your lockdown. That's all I got to say about that. Germany, they're going nuts over there. Turkey trot, absolutely. So, I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will learn to accept and receive the healing, the power, and the wisdom from the universe. Fox, you want to call? I want to call you on that stream. You talking about me, Fox, or somebody else? Yeah, I would like to have you all on too. Katniss, it's the small business struggling. Yes, so many businesses. I mean, I know it's not supposed to be a small business, but the local Arby's in Moultrie, which is like one of the few places. Thank you, Fox. Yeah, you, who, me, walks in the classroom, cool and slow. Who talked the English? Teacher Daddy, oh, Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown, he's a clown. That Charlie Brown. You're gonna get caught. Just you wait and see. Why is everybody always picking on me? I'm sorry, Michelle. That was just for you. Everywhere else is open still. Yep. Anyway, yeah, we'll do a hootenanny too. I'm trying to find my guitar, my harmonicas, but anyway. Um, so I did one prayer. I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept, receive, and to share the healing, the knowledge, and the wisdom and blessings from the universe. I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, your friends, your family, your relatives, all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will learn to accept, receive, share, and be blessed by the universe. And in that law of three or four, I've lost count. I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue your spiritual journey and that you will continue to learn how to accept, receive, and to share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. I think you all are doing a good job. That's my personal opinion. But hey, I'm a crazy old hippie hermit down here in the swamp. Oh, and there was water in the backyard yesterday. Ooh, me and Duggar had a good time. Anyway, but um, keep your faith. Keep your faith. And don't let anybody shake you from it. If you know that you feel spiritually close to the creator, if you feel, and we all can use work. I'm always saying I am a shaman in training. There are always little nuances that I continue to pick up on and learn and expand my spiritualness. And it's very humbling at times when tiny little things come across your plate and you go, oh crap, I didn't know I was doing that. Like the paying it forward thing with, this slight little back in your head repayment deal, although it may be small, I realized it was there for me. Tiny little minute, but sometimes, like mouse, it's those tiny little, things that make the difference, as the card said tonight. And for those of you who got in here late, we love you. Go back to right after about an hour's worth in this. I'd smoke a cigarette and have a conversation, but then I pull 5 cards. And I got to say, the more I'm sitting here yakking, those 5 cards were right on the numbers again. So if you want to learn what we have discussed with the animal cards and some of the messages there, go back to this video. Oh, I'm asking you to do so. But go back to right after an hour of this, the first part of this. If you can skip the first part if you want, but if you want to go right to the animal card thing, um, I don't know. Maybe I keep getting better at it. I'm not sure. I know I want to stay humbled with whatever the cards say, but the messages are, to me, are just so appropriate. Not only for myself and for what little bit I know about you all. I know that in the world this is necessary, to, you know, keep an eye on the small things, and we need to, give without hesitation, and, just stuff. So anyway, I love you all. Thank you. It's 4 hours now, Michelle. I got it. I made it to 4 hours. And you too, Maverick. I will plan this over Thanksgiving, and we can all get together and eat crow together. Oh, and crow is important too, the sacred law of the lawgiver. And if we have, you know, um, we may have given up our energies to something we're not even aware of, and that we have lost crow medicine. So check it out. Fox, Katniss, Esty, who else? Dante had a crow video. Yes. Oh, and Fox, did you get here when we were talking about the goo? Um, uh, for those of you who have, that know about Dante's channel, he was, I wasn't going to say it, but he's the one to discuss that there was an entity that got left out. Now, I'm the one that made some connections about the goo and my own personal, and what those of us around here and chemical, engineers and folks, um, the idea of the black goo. But Dante's what he was the one that said, there was this entity let out, and I was like, oh shit. I knew something was up. I just, a lot of people say, he lies. You can't tell. He gives you all this stuff. But personally, when he did that video and talked about that thing about the Gulf, I was like, oh shit. I knew immediately he was right. And whether he is or not, in my opinion, he is. But anyway, so good vibes. Thank you, Michelle, Estee, Fox. Yes, he had a crow video. Yes. Crows talk to me lots, have a mated pair that live close. Good for you, Maverick. I mean that. Fox, gonna watch right after this. You're welcome, Estee Munford. Blessings. Okay. I really am stiff. I got cramps on my butt cramps. So, Michelle, I love you. Ween, everybody. Remember, AI is listening. Be careful what you write down. And if we want to change the world, and we do, then let's put positive in where negative exists. And eventually, we are making a difference. There are people changing. There are people who are who knows there's some kind of other kind of evil force at work. They can't put their finger on it, and but they know it's there and they want to work against it. That's a big deal. Do we know who it is specifically? No. Do we have to know specifically? Not really. We know it's there, and that's the observation point. That's what we pray to Creator and say, we want to work for the light. We want to work for the cause. We want to work for all beings. We want to follow that one universal law: do no harm to anything. And we'd get along just fine. But, um, the in this, I'm reminded of this story about, you probably heard it about the young man and the snake. And so this young boy was sent to do a walkabout, spiritual journey, and he's climbing up this mountain. And as he's getting up towards the top, he finds this rattlesnake that's laying there shivering. And the snake, calls out to the boy and he says, please help me. I've gone too high and the weather's changed and I'm so cold I can't get back down. So please take me back down the mountain where I can be warm again. And the brave was like, but you're a snake. And the snake says, yeah, well, I won't bite you. And so the young lad says, okay, and picks up the snake, warms him up, takes him to the bottom of the mountain. And as he's turning him loose, the snake bites him. And the boy looks at him and says, but you said you wouldn't bite me. And the snake looked at him and he said, yes, but after all, I am just a snake. Now, with that, that's supposed to be the end of the story, but there's more to that where the snake bit him on purpose so that he could become he was giving the young boy a gift. And the gift was that he was allowing this young mortal to become part of the snake clan because the boy, regardless of his fears or whatever, helped this snake. And the snake then in kind now you say, well, he got bit by the snake and it killed him. Yeah, but in that he was transformed and he lived in both worlds. He lived with the snake clan and he lived at night with the humans. But anyway, so in that we can say, but there's evil out there. Yeah, we don't have to know what it is. We just know that it is. Okay, it's a snake and it'll bite you. That's all we need to know. Now, do we need to stick our hand in and, get it tested out? Do we? No. But we know it's a snake. It, you know, in in that respect. So is it evil? Well, we believe it is. And in that you can say, well, we can change their mind. We can modify their behavior. They're snakes. Well, I'm going to teach this snake how to stand on its hands. It's a snake. Well, I'm going to teach the snake to wear a hat. It's a snake. Well, I'm going to give it a top hat and I'm going to put a bowler on. It's a snake. No matter how we dress it, it's still a snake. So, but the thing is in knowing that it's a snake, that's where the power lies. What? Yep. That's the power. People talking about all this kind of power and that kind of power. The power of awareness, the power, that is a power. Yeah, but can I walk through walls with that power? Maybe. What? Maybe. I haven't figured it out yet, but I theoretically it's possible. What do you mean? Well, if I can control myself and if I can control my spirit, then I should be able to control all the atoms in my body and I should be able to just and then back together again. Why not? Well, to me, that's what fourth dimension's about. We can't skip a grade, folks. And I've been at this for another 13 minutes. Tell me to shut up. Ed, good night. Fox, everyone go check out a leak project. Yeah. Este, gonna check it out. Um, yeah, the leak project. He's crazy, and he really does have some decent programs. So, gotta say, and also for you latecomers and folks that are here, also Gail of Gaia on YouTube, and she recently uploaded a video like today, yesterday now, from Harold Katzavella. So check her out, check him out, give him some love, and subscribe to their channels. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good night, everyone, and good evening to those of you who are in between the rest of us. Keep the faith. Keep your faith. Stay strong. We know it's going to get rough. Rough seas ahead. Okay, got the hurricane warning sign out. Good night, Katniss, Este, Ed, Maverick, Fox again. Yes. And Michelle, as always, cosmic hugs. And as we like to say down here in Michelle, subbing to Gail of Gaia. Good. She's got some interesting programs. She got a head on her shoulders, too. So there are some things, but she's got better information than not. But anyway, so we love you. Stay safe. And until next time, TTFN from South Georgia. Ta ta for now, my friends. And to all of those of you around the world, UK, Australia, and other places, BC, y'all be safe. Till next time, adios.